Chapter 407. The soldiers manning the fort walls were completely caught off guard. None of them seemed to have proper measures to react. Before anyone could even begin thinking of counters, the white wolf had already landed atop the walls. A strong paw swept across, taking a troops of over a dozen out in a single attack. Blood and screams of agony reigned. Some fell from the walls, but even those who were lucky enough to land upon it felt as though every bone in their bodies had been broken. Just like that, the proudest feature of the fort was conquered. What was such protection worth if took just a single leap to circumvent? "Give me a damned gun," Miles barked, snatching the commander's rifle. Miles' gaze shone with a vicious light. The situation seemed bad, but it also represented an opportunity. This stupid beast didn't realize that the moment it jumped to the walls of the fort, it had entered the range of the force disruption towers they had already set up. This ultimately meant that not only was it mostly restricted to only using its physical strength, but it also meant that true 25th century technology could be rolled out. Execute Plan B. Bring out the weapons. The commander regained his bearing beneath Miles' orders. Though he was a military official, the truth was that due to Royal Blue Province's special locale, most of its military personnel were admirals. Their experience with ground combat was limited. However, as an heir to a Governor-Duke family, Miles had been trained in all sorts of matters since his youth. Regardless of the situation, he would be ready. Beneath Miles' orders, everyone quickly regrouped. Down below, the army of invalids, led by the 12 ice guards, began to launch an assault against the fort walls. But Miles focused on the situation at hand. At the rate they were going, it would take them several hours to breach the walls. But the White Wolf Invalid was an immediate problem. Miles knew that his ability was useless against the White Wolf. Plus, beneath the influence of force disruption towers, his ability was also far more difficult to deploy. Since that was the case, he would rely on modern technology. This was the advantage Earth had in comparison to other worlds. The number of geniuses born to this world allowed them to reach a level of strength that should have been impossible for a third-dimensional world. Even as an infantile planet, they weren't pushovers. A tide of black uniformed tactical units surrounded the White Wolf from all sides, a rain of bullets falling upon its pristine white coat. Compared to the past, the pain the variant invalid felt couldn't be considered on the same level. Without the restrictions placed on technology, its tough coat was being continuously pierced. Ruawar. The variant invalid tried to call upon the elements to strengthen itself once again, but it found that the amount it could call upon had reduced by more than half. In response, it rumbled a low growl, sweeping out a paw with the strength it did manage to gather. "Shield!" a captain roared out. The tactical units moved forward like a well-oiled machine. Holding out black, hexagonal shields, they kneeled down shoulder to shoulder and slammed them into the ground. A fluctuating electricity soon followed covering the surroundings in a pale blue shield that quaked beneath the strike of the White Wolf. 50% depletion. A frontline soldier roared. "Swap." The captain replied instantaneously. "Fire." The operation seemed seamless. A cycle of defense, offense, and recharging. Shield units swapped out their energy cells. Attack units continuously reloaded. Their various captains handed down orders in a practiced and timely manner. It was clear that these tactical units were far better than the seamen had been. The white fur of the variant invalid finally began to be covered in patches of red, its blue eyes flickering with fury. It wanted to jump down the walls and toward the city below, but it found that the restrictions on its ability were even more severe in that direction. At the same time, its pride didn't allow it to retreat. Lionel reappeared on the same collapsed building he had been on before. But this time, there were dozens of new faces around him. However, none of them spoke. Though Lionel had saved them, they all still had family within those walls. Lionel knew he couldn't very well leave things be. Even if his teammates didn't have anyone else to care for, Lionel couldn't very well allow so many innocents to die just because he hated the actions of a few. This fort represented all the remaining human population of Royal Blue Province. If this fort fell, it would mean the end of anything that once represented this prosperous place. Lionel couldn't allow that to happen. However, What Lionel hadn't expected was for the fort to perform so well after a while. He realized that he had really overthought things. This was ultimately the empire they were talking about. The fact the province was still in this state even after a year wasn't because they were weak, but rather because they had put all their effort toward building the capital province back up. In addition, all variants had been recalled to the capital as well. If it wasn't for what happened, he and Aina would have been sent to the capital as well. It could be said that Lionel had yet to meet the true powerhouses of Earth when things are framed in this manner. Not that he would have to fear them, regardless though. Fine, I'll let them repel this variant invalid first, then go to reclaim the interest I'm owed. What Lionel didn't know at this point was that these matters wouldn't end so simply. Miles might have been setting up his own plans, but there were other intelligent minds at work as well. Variant invalids weren't so simple as they seemed. But this was only one aspect of the puzzle. Maybe, just maybe, the variant invalid wasn't the main villain of this story. Chapter 408. Are you sure you want to do this now, Joseph? At that moment, Lionel wasn't the only one observing the situation. It was impossible that he would be. To put matters into perspective, there were only 8 other forts of this kind on the whole of Earth. For it to be continuously assaulted by such a large army of invalids, it was impossible for not only the Empire to be unaware, but for all the other hidden powers of Earth to be in the dark as well. However, what was particularly interesting about this crew of observers was the fact that maybe had it not been for Lionel's actions, they wouldn't have been aware of these changes at all, at least not so soon. The reason for this became obvious after remembering just who this Joseph was. This was Joseph Warner, brother to Damien Warner, and the very same man who led the first group of the Slayer Legion Lionel ever met. Months ago, the 3 men Joseph, Damien and Lionel had come to an agreement to take down Royal Blue Fort. Such a large task would have come with unimaginable rewards. In order to prepare for this, the 2 brothers had no choice but to bring Lionel in to get registered. Had they simply left such a large contributor to their mission as an unknown, they could very well be the subject of investigation. Such a thing would have been too suspicious, and they could have become marked as traitors. Only by following all the red tape could they benefit from this potential boon. But they had never expected to meet Hacker Hutch, and had been even more caught off guard by the fact Hacker Hutch actually all but kidnapped Lionel. It had already been months since then without a single word from Lionel. However, in order to be ready, they had continued to monitor the situation of the fort. They managed to gather information on everything from the patrol units to the tactical units, and even to the zone-clearing units. When they learned of the situation between Lionel and the Slayer Legion though, they came to accept the fact that they had wasted their time. Not only had they wasted it, but they had paid a dear price for it. Both brothers had been demoted for their involvement in bringing Lionel to the Slayer Legion. Since their involvement was minimal, they only lost a single rank. However, it was still a devastating loss to them. Joseph had been so close to being promoted to a true commander from vice commander, yet now he wasn't even in line for promotion any longer. It was practically an unspoken rule within the Slayer Legion. A demotion was almost always the end of someone's career. Ironically, this made the fervor the 2 brothers had for conquering the fort all the stronger. This would be the only chance they had to truly reclaim any semblance of a career they once had. But now that an opportunity had really presented itself, Damien began to hesitate. Joseph clenched his jaw. This is the only option we brothers have left. If we don't, we'll remain as middling captains for the rest of our life. Damien sighed. I heard that they promoted that Sela woman again. To think we originally wanted to use her as a cover for Lionel, now she's riding above our heads. Joseph's gaze hardened. But in the end he didn't say the words he thought. Gather up Catwoman and the others. When this variant falls, we move. Shouldn't we tell Cap, Commander Sela? Damien asked. Joseph sneered. What are the odds she'll be at headquarters where she's meant to be? Damien heard these words and didn't say anything more. He was the one who brought Lionel to his brother back then. Though he knew his brother only blamed Lionel, Damien couldn't help but feel one part guilty. Seeing Sela sit in a position, he felt she didn't deserve 8 Joseph's insides with a level of rage and jealousy he had never felt in his life before. Despite the fact she had taken the position that should have been his, she didn't even seem to treasure it. But how could she? When they met Sela, she was a fool who couldn't even see through Lionel's talent, and instead chose to push him away. The only reason they promoted her was to continue breathing fire to the lie that they were enemies with Lionel, and had taken him prisoner. This was all so that it would be easier to catch the fort off guard with their assault. Yet, she somehow managed to ride the momentum of that one chance to her current point. How could Joseph not be enraged? But in the end, this all pointed back to one person. Though it couldn't be said that he was at the point of becoming irreconcilable enemies with Lionel, he likely wasn't very far. The situation was quite an interesting one. Lionel had no idea that Joseph and Damien were eyeing the fort, while the two had no idea that Lionel was already on the scene as well. But neither group was aware that there was yet another party watching this silently. Captain Sela, or rather, Commander Sela now, observed Joseph and Damien from afar with a smile on her face. But rather than being on the scene like the two groups, she was using a special treasure in order to do so. Interestingly enough, Commander Sela wasn't aware of Lionel's appearance near the fort either. However, it was unclear if she would react much even if she did know. Despite watching the movements of both Damien and Joseph, and also being aware of their goals, she made no attempts to stop them. In fact, she didn't even rise from her comfortable seating arrangements. She reclined in a cushy chair, her meaty hands resting over her belly with a content smile on her face. As for what her plans were, maybe only she was truly aware. Chapter 409. Cap, who's this? Seeing that the situation was much better than they originally thought it would be, the guys somewhat relaxed. Now that their faculties were somewhat freer to think of other things, they finally noticed a silent figure sitting on the snowy roof of the collapsed building. It was quite obvious that she was a woman. However, from the glimpses of her face they had seen, they didn't recognize her. Even if they ignored the scars, they didn't remember ever seeing such a woman before. Compared to the past, the inflammation of Aina's scars had lessened by a large margin. So, while they still felt that this figure they didn't recognize wasn't very attractive, and was quite pitiable, they didn't feel the same deep revulsion the people of Terrain had felt. Still, many of them were still inwardly sighing a breath of relief. Did this mean that their captain had finally moved on from Aina? They had already lost count of how many times they'd tried to convince Lionel to consider other women. For a 5-star quarterback to finish high school as a virgin, it was a waste of nature's gifts. They had shed no small amount of tears. So, even if this woman wasn't up to the standards they believed their captain deserved, at the very least, she was a step in the right direction. Unfortunately, Lionel grinned. You all don't recognize your own sister-in-law? Milan's eyes widened along with the other guys. Aina. Milan's face flashed with confusion. Unlike Lionel, who seemed capable of recognizing Aina regardless of the situation, or apparently no matter how she looked, it was clear that the others didn't have this ability at all. The face Aina displayed now was completely unlike the one she had used at Royal Blue Academy. Aina smiled lightly in greeting before glaring at Lionel. Sister-in-law. It seemed that this Lionel was getting a bit too courageous. He still hadn't learned his lesson after she spent this time ignoring him. However, Aina didn't react as violently as she usually did. Maybe she gave Lionel a slight bit of face due to the fact his friends were here. Or, maybe she couldn't help but internally smile when Milan immediately knew who Lionel meant by sister-in-law still. She took a mental note of this event, and continued to play with the little mink and Tolliver. Oh right. Lionel changed the subject and put his hands on Milan and Raja's shoulders. A surge of light elemental force sprung to life as Lionel cast Grand Heal on them. Since the two were still within the third dimension, he had no need to use his improved version of the art like he had done with Xyler. So the process ended in just the blink of an eye. Milan forgot his shock about Aina, and aimed it all toward the changes in his body. All the aching in his ribs suddenly vanished. In fact, he felt better than he had in years. As an offensive lineman, Milan spent his life in perpetual injury. He had long since gotten used to playing through the hurt. This was maybe the first time in a long time that he was actually completely healthy. Cap. Raja's mouth widened in surprise. I thought you awakened a sensory ability. Did you awaken a second ability? Lionel's teammates looked toward him in shock, especially the rookie Drake. It was as though they were looking at a god in the flesh. Though they had heard a lot about powerful abilities through rumors, they had never once heard of a person awakening more than one ability. Lionel chuckled and shook his head. Though Earth was quite advanced in many things, when it came to understanding of this new world order, they were still quite lacking. There were many times in the past where others mistook Lionel's snowy star owl lineage factor as his ability. This only made sense though. Earth had yet to begin creating its own magic systems. Even Terrain, which was considered to be near the bottom of the barrel in terms of worlds, had begun to refine their own. Jilnia's fall style was exactly this. Terrain focused heavily on styles and the boost it could give to their overall combat prowess. But Earth? It had yet to find itself. Thinking of this, Lionel looked up into the sky, trying to find their second moon and the location of Camelot. Unfortunately, the heavy snow guaranteed that sky would be covered in a dense swath of clouds. Even if Camelot was right about him, Lionel wouldn't be able to see it. Lionel couldn't help but wonder how the saga between Earth and Camelot would end. Maybe Camelot would be the trigger Earth needed to begin building its own magic system. With Earth's ingenuity, Lionel had no doubt that they would soon forge a path of their own. Just think about it. Even with a magic system to speak of, even without force, Lionel was now watching what was effectively an army of mortals slaughter a variant invalid with strength almost comparable to an entity of the fourth dimension. That was unimaginable for the vast majority of worlds. In fact, Earth might be the only place capable of achieving such a thing. Lionel smiled and shook his head. With me here, you all don't have anything to worry about. I won't let what happened last time happen again. Lionel looked back toward his teammates, a stern determination on his face. A group of over a dozen men looked back toward him, not an ounce of doubt in their gazes. It seemed that long ago, Lionel had become far more than their quarterback. Aina peeked back toward this scene, her eyes hiding a swirl of emotion. The sight of Lionel leading a group of men, and earning their respect and devotion. He looks most attractive like this. Aina's eyes widened at her own thoughts. A furious blush lighting her features as she looked away. Unfortunately, no one would see this sight. Cap! That white wolf is done. Drake suddenly called out. Lionel looked back to see that the rookie was correct. That white wolf was on its last legs. Is this really all a variant invalid is capable of? Lionel couldn't help but frown. He had heard so much about their legend, and even more about their intelligence. But this one fell because it not only lacked strength, but also because its mind was lacking. Lionel's pupils suddenly constricted, his head snapping toward a certain direction. What he saw shocked him to no end. Tanks. Dozens of them. Each fitted with a long barrel that swayed with their every movement. The Slayer Legion? Lionel looked back toward the collapsing white wolf. They want to take advantage of this situation? But something felt off. Sparks flew in Lionel's dreamscape. But without enough information, no connections could be made. Let alone realizing what was wrong with this picture. Lionel didn't realize there were sparks forming at all. Author's note below. Chapter 410. Lionel's frown deepened as he watched the Slayer Legion's forces move in. This is likely the best chance they have to take down this fort. If I was making the decisions and was desperate enough, I might choose to attack now as well. If Lionel was participating in the operation, he would feel more confident in the success. But the main problem was that he wasn't, and he also didn't trust the Slayer Legion to protect the innocents that might get swept into this situation. The fact that they chose to attack now instead of waiting until the invalids below dispersed told Lionel one very obvious thing. They wanted to use the invalids to their advantage. If Lionel was leading this charge, he would wait until both the White Wolf was killed and the invalid army it had been driven away. Only then could he minimize any potential casualties. But whoever was leading these troops obviously had no intention of doing this. These bastards. Lionel's expression flickered with rage. On the fort walls, Miles finally let go of a rock that had been weighing heavily on his chest. Subdue it. Miles commanded. The commander beside Miles looked toward him in shock, but eventually disseminated the orders. This was indeed a good opportunity. The capital had likely long since begun its research on invalids. But whether they had caught a variant invalid just yet was unknown. After all, they were rare creatures to begin with. The fact one appeared on Earth just went to show the level of talents that could be born here. Whether they traded this variant in for merit or if they kept it to get a leg up themselves, both were viable options. Most importantly, Miles believed that such an important piece would definitely cause his father to pause in his resoluteness to abandon his first heir. Junior Governor Duke. We have enemies approaching. Miles froze, his heart plummeting once again. They still hadn't dealt with the invalid army below. The damage to their defenses by now was definitely not negligible. If they had to deal with more armies, there would most definitely be a major problem. Was it more invalids? A beast horde brought over by the explosions? Something worse? Give me information. I need numbers and an estimate of their strength. Miles relayed his orders. But what he learned left him stunned on the spot. Those charging toward them now weren't invalids or beasts at all, but rather humans. In fact, they seemed to have a prototype of a mobile force disruption tower moving along with them. From a quick analysis, the technology that this troop of humans was using fell into the 22nd and 23rd centuries. This could either be because this was their technological limitation, or the more likely theory was that mobile force disruption towers weren't as potent as immobile ones. Regardless, the threat they presented was not small, especially now after a battle. Procuring military goods after the metamorphosis was incredibly difficult. Things that were once simply like mining and synthesizing material became large mountains to climb. This didn't even mention the most obvious fact that the population of Earth had been massacred by over 99%. They didn't even have the numbers they needed to sustain mass production. And the machines they once used that could cover this weakness had restrictions of their own. After such a massive battle, the reserves of the Royal Blue Fort had been depleted by over 80%. And as if that wasn't enough, the remaining 20 or so percent they had left needed to be used to drive the invalid horde below away. At this point, of the 12 SSS-grade threats, only 5 of them had been dealt with. The current situation was terrible. They didn't have the means to deal with another threat at this very moment. Within the formation of tanks, Joseph watched on from a cockpit, a deadpan expression coloring his visage. He steeled his heart, his only thoughts being of success. He didn't care what he had to do. Damien watched on from the side, conflicting emotions swimming through his chest. But in the end he too steeled his heart. They knew of the events that happened months ago. This fort was manned by a tyrant that bombed even his own people. Even if it meant sacrificing a bit more to save the majority, it would be worth it. This metamorphosis was the opportunity the Slayer Legion needed to finally overturn the Empire. They needed to take this chance. Unfortunately, in all their thoughts of glory and patriotism, the two brothers forgot to think of one very important thing. How could they possibly be the only ones who thought of this? The Slayer Legion seemed to be a massive power with immense strength behind it. Even if it couldn't compare to the Empire, not many things could to begin with. So if what the brothers thought was true, why would the Slayer Legion leave it up to 2 demoted brothers to conquer a fort when the opportunity was presented right before them? The Slayer Legion. They actually dared to attack us. Miles was thoroughly enraged when he learned of who he was facing. To a noble like him, the Slayer Legion represented nothing but the dregs of society. He really couldn't fathom what reason a person could possibly have to risk their lives to join an organization with no future to speak of. There was no worse feeling than when an ant could pose problems for you. Miles had gone from a young heir, to a person ostracized by his own father, to clawing his way back up little by little, just for an insignificant bug to be blocking his way in the final moments. How could he not be infuriated? Man the cannons! Miles roared. Unfortunately, the Slayer Legion had moved first. Since they dared to act so brazenly, how could they not have their own plans? In position? Joseph asked without turning to his younger brother. Yes. Damien spoke with a bit of strain. Do it. Joseph said coldly. If Miles knew about Damien's ability, he would know that Lionel wasn't the only one who could move through the ground. Bang, bang, bang. A swarm of invalids crowding the bottom of the walls suddenly imploded. But worst of all, a large chunk of the wall's foundation went with it. The steel alloy the walls were made of had been refined with hundreds of years of technology. Blasting through them with 22nd century tech was impossible. However, in their several months of observation, the Slayer Legion realized one thing. In the haste to build this wall as quickly as possible, its foundation was neglected. If strategic points were targeted, it would collapse beneath its own weight, especially if it had already been damaged by a horde of invalids first. Chapter 4:11. The detonation was deafening. To those within the walls, it felt as though another doomsday was descending. The cacophonic blasts were no less haunting than the day the Paradise Islands fell from the sky. Miles felt the ground beneath his feet buckle and collapse. What did it sound like for millions of tons of steel to bend? What did it sound like for a mountain of metal to collapse? Well, it was uncertain if many could tell you, because that day, those noises weren't what stood out at the forefront. What they would instead remember was the sight of the wall that had protected them for over a year splitting, and the flood of invalids that crawled out from the billowing smoke and endless fires. It was a sight right out of hell. These creatures didn't know pain, they didn't know fatigue, they didn't know mercy. Even while climbing over the charred corpses of their own comrades, they didn't pause for even a moment. Their only thoughts were of the humans they could sense. Those were the people lucky enough to succeed where they failed. They were the nutrients they could use to evolve once again and change their futures. Miles clung on to anything he could to not fall to the ground below. He pulled himself up, crawling toward where the walls were still level. But there were no small number of soldiers who weren't nearly as lucky as he had been. The chain of command completely collapsed. The tanks of the Slayer Legion continued to roll forward, their barrels aimed upward, firing toward the tops of the walls. The chaos was already enough to almost guarantee that no one would be able to target the fort's cannons toward them. However, Joseph left nothing up to chance. Without caring for casualties, the tracks of their tanks crawled through the battlefield, firing in a rhythmic manner. Within the city, chaos had descended. With the intelligence, or lack thereof, of the invalids, they didn't even seem to realize another party was approaching from the back. They all shot forward, entering the outer limits of the fort. By now, within the inner city limits, the nobles had become aware of what was happening. "Dad, what should we do?" James entered his father's office with a panicked expression. "What exactly are you panicking about?" James' father responded casually. "The city, it's being overrun by invalids. I'm sure that if even I've heard about it, you also know that the Slayer Legion made its move." James' father placed down the tablet he was reading from. And James was stunned. He didn't really understand what was happening. Even if his father didn't care about the commoners, shouldn't he at least care about his own safety? If the city was overrun, they would be finished. James' father shook his head. "Use your head, James. The Royal Blue Fort is one of the only 8 on Earth. Even if most of the Empire's strength has been concentrated in the capital, do you really think the walls of such a fort should be so easy to take down?" James was stunned. He suddenly understood. This was meant to be a fort built by the hands of the foremost experts of the Royal Blue Province. How could it only last a few hours under siege? How could it only survive a single well-placed explosion? This fort was meant to represent the consolidation of much of Earth's power. How could a ragtag squad of rebels possibly take it down so easily? It was only then that James remembered. The inner city had always been under an illusion cast by the junior governor Duke. From the outside, it seemed like a normal doorway and gate. But was it? James shivered as he grasped the situation. The walls on the outside were always a casual facade. Why would these nobles spend resources on protecting an outer city of peasants when they could pour all their resources into protecting an inner city built for themselves? Now that James thought about it, other than Miles, no other nobles went to the wall. In fact, Miles could be considered to be the one with the greatest ability. "Dad, you're abandoning the junior governor Duke?" James' father sneered. "Do you think that he's a person we should still follow? Why? So that we can sink along with him?" James didn't know how to respond. He had lost the greatest friend he had ever had for the sake of pleasing Miles. Now they were abandoning him so easily. For some reason, this made his insides churn even more than that look Lionel had given him that last time they stood face to face. He threw the game for Conrad, but now he was dead. He tried to betray Lionel for Miles, but now he might very well be dead as well. How many more sacrifices would he have to make? How many more of them would be just as meaningless? You've done good though, James. James' father rose from his seat. That Miles contacted me about communicating with the Siegfried family. He wanted me to expose that the death of their son was related to the Brasinger family, correct? James nodded stiffly. He had reported this to his father the other day, and it seemed that Miles contacted him not long later. You will go to the Siegfried family to represent the Bennets. When the time comes, reveal to them that the one who did the deed was Lionel Morales. James froze. He couldn't understand. What was the purpose of this? Don't ask why, just do as I say. The sound of the bombardment felt like a low rumbling at their location. But slowly but surely, the rumbling dampened and eventually, they couldn't hear anything at all. It was as though they had been completely cut off from the outside world. James gripped his fists tightly, looking toward the ground as the voice of his father drifted to his ears once again. The title of Governor Duke belongs to our family. Unfortunately, your great-grandfather trusted the wrong people. Remember that the sole purpose of your existence is to lead a path toward the rebirth of this family. Go. In the outside world, the rumbling had obviously never stopped. While the inner city had regained a peaceful calmness, the cries of those without status continued to ring. But it was in that moment that a figure appeared before the crack in the steel wall, his irises flickering between a violet red and a pale green. Chapter 412. Screams. Blood. Carnage. As many things as Lionel had seen in the past year, he still wasn't ready for this. The genocide modern technology wrought was far beyond his imagination. With his senses, every instance of fear, every tear that was shed, every heart that ceased beating, it was all in his range to feel, see and grasp. However, the Slayer Legion tanks continued to roll forward, the inner city of the fort remained unmoved. The invalids never stopped. Lionel had already moved before he could even register his own thoughts. He faintly heard the voices of his teammates screaming for him to come back. What could a single man do against such an army? As powerful as he had become, it most definitely wasn't enough to cover the sky with a single hand. What could he possibly hope to accomplish? But he moved anyway. That said, he didn't move alone. The little mink, seemingly sensing his agitation, jumped forward, skipping across the air. Aina stood, her steps pausing for a moment. You all stay here. You're not strong enough. Her words were simple and plain. Her gaze carried the same look she had when she took Conrad's life. A cold, silent indifference. Lionel's teammates gripped their fists, but they didn't move in the end. They knew that Aina's words were true. If they moved now, they would only get in the way. Wielding her great sword, Aina launched herself from the side of the collapsed building. Fire! Joseph's cold voice rang in the cockpit, his gaze growing colder and colder. Every command he barked, every shell that fired, every life his actions reaped seemed to make him more and more detached. Eventually, he felt like a bird observing things from the skies, a passerby in history that didn't have anything to do with what was happening before him. Joseph, Damien spoke, huffing and puffing from his previous exertion. The gap in the wall will only allow 2 tanks through at once. Should we pause the charge and make a larger passageway? Joseph's steely gaze locked onto the path ahead. The steel alloy walls had collapsed on their destroyed foundations. It splintered down at that point, creating a semi-triangular passageway nearby where the gate had been. Many invalids had already recovered and were pouring through that hole. Those that couldn't fit through took advantage of the crumbling imperfections of the wall as grips to climb up and over. The city was slowly becoming completely overrun. Send 2 Vanguard tanks through and execute Plan B2. Plan B2. It was too difficult to predict the result of their explosion. There were too many variables despite the fact they had simulated it many times. Plan B2 was to be used when the walls were damaged, but the gates remained functioning. They would send a unit in to open the gates from the inside. By now, it should be impossible for the Empire's soldiers to still be manning the gates. And even if they were, they should have a lot of their own problems to deal with. Joseph's orders were relayed quickly. At the vanguard, a tank with Catwoman rolled forward. They trampled over invalids with impunity. It seemed that any invalid below the grade wasn't even able to dodge their advances, while those above that threat level couldn't even hope to damage them. Maybe only an SSS grade threat would even be able to think about slowing them down. These tanks were Joseph's trump cards. All the resources he earned over the years were poured into them, forming a squad of 20 he deemed unstoppable. Catwoman was dressed in her full leather suit as usual. Hearing Joseph's orders, she was already prepared to move out. With her ability and pre-metamorphosis expertise, she was definitely the most suited to this task. No worries, Commander. Those gates will be opened within 15 minutes. Catwoman didn't care about military law. In her eyes, Joseph deserved to be commander, so she called him as such. Forward. What none of the Slayer Legion could have imagined was that someone would actually stand forward to stop them at this time. But what they couldn't understand all the more was that it was just a single young man. Clang, clang, clang. He stood before a horde of charging invalids and a fleet of rolling tanks, his expression furious. Even amidst the billowing smoke, the rising flames and the rushing blood, he stood out like a blinding light in the darkness. Stop! The roar of a single person shouldn't have been so resounding. Yet even beyond the sealed defenses of the inner city, it resonated, shaking the earth, the walls and the skies. Several C and B-grade invalids collapsed before the young man's rage, their minds shattering beneath his might. He brandished a black spear, his irises flickering back and forth between a violet red and a pale green. Everyone heard that young man's voice. It traveled over several miles, reaching the ears of even those it shouldn't have. Despite being within the cockpit, even Joseph heard the voice laced with rage and indignance. The young man continued to stand amidst the crack in the wall. Beneath his feet piles of rubble and invalids' corpses lay. Behind him an overrun city trembled. Before him, an army of thousands stood. Amidst it all, he looked like an ant trying to stop the momentum of a towering mountain. But he stood there nonetheless, his fury billowing. The young man brandished his spear, slashing a line before him. Clang, clang, clang. The spear force cut through the invalid corpses, through the piles of rubble, through the collapsed steel alloys, piercing through the ground and not stopping for tens of meters. Cross this line and die. His words were undeniable. Like a higher judgment passed down from a god on high, it caused the hearts of all those who heard it to tremble. The flickering of his irises finally settled on a blazing violet red. His skin suddenly lit with endless bronze runes as a halo appeared above his head. His bronze hair billowed. It was so long and sturdy that it sounded like cracking whips in the wind, slicing apart anything that even remotely came into contact with it. When the shock of those who heard the voice calmed, it was only then they recognized who it was had spoken. Lionel. Joseph's gaze reddened, his reason leaving with his humanity. Chapter 413. Grind him to dust. Joseph roared. To anyone who knew why Lionel was here, it was just a simple matter of him protecting the citizens of this fort. However, how could Joseph and Damien know this? In their eyes, not only was Lionel responsible for their demotions, but he had even returned to the Empire and was standing in their way again. Usually when people felt hatred, they would never consider what they might have done wrong. And in this case, the most exaggerated result was practically guaranteed. Catwoman glared at Lionel through the cameras of her tank. Run him over, she said coldly to her driver. Catwoman remembered when she first met Lionel. She had had a good impression of the boy. But the loyalty she had for Joseph was far beyond this. For a person to join the rebel army in a society where there was only one true ruler, it would be no surprise for their background to be lengthy and complex. Catwoman was no different, and to her, Joseph was a brother, a father, and the only family she had. Even if Lionel hadn't been the reason Joseph fell from his tall heights, she still wouldn't allow him to block her path. Lionel watched coldly as the two vanguard tanks continued to roll forward. In all their fury, they didn't seem to notice that the invalids had long since stopped pouring into the city. They seemed frozen in space, completely unable to move. Their white, indifferent irises were all locked onto Lionel. Yet he hadn't spared any of them a single glance. Clang, clang, clang. Chain domain. PCHU. The heads of several invalids exploded. Illusory chains wrapped around their bodies, severing their limbs and crushing them into bloody pulps. One after another, they disappeared into motes of light, fusing into Lionel's body. "Little Tolly," Lionel called out. Blackstar had followed Aina, but Lionel had taken the little metal spirit with him. Since they dared to disregard the lives of the common people just for their own goals, Lionel would make them pay a price. The tanks continued to roll forward. Though all Lionel could see were their barrels and their sleek black exteriors, it was as though he was peering into the souls of those within them. Dream sculpt. Lionel stared down the tanks, their every piece reflecting in his mind. Without the complexities of fourth-dimensional pieces, it took Lionel not even a few seconds to complete it. The moment it completed, Lionel arranged its every piece into a dreamscape of its own. In 2 steps, Lionel already grasped the strengths and weaknesses of the tank even better than the engineers that designed it. Metal synergy. Lionel felt his bloodline tremble with excitement. To this point, the greatest use Lionel had gotten out of his lineage factor was the strength of his body. But if that was all there was to it, it would be called the metal body lineage factor, not the metal synergy lineage factor. This bloodline didn't represent a strong body. It represented dominion over the earth. Scraps of steel alloy that had fallen to Lionel's feet trembled, rising into the air. At that moment, little Tolly had separated into 10 spherical balls, floating before Lionel and resonating with his thoughts. After entering the 4th dimension with his mind, Lionel no longer needed direct contact to control Tolliver. His free hand moved as though he was composing a piece across the air, tapping with a speed and dexterity that was beyond the normal limits of humans. In his right hand, Lionel controlled a chain domain. In his left, he controlled a metal domain. When he said he would kill anyone who crossed the line he drew, he was serious. Little Tolly responded to Lionel's commands. One of its 10 spherical bodies shot forward, enveloping a rising piece of steel alloy. In the blink of an eye, Tolliver had finished. From a single piece of steel alloy, dozens of foot-long needles appeared. Their ends were so sharp that even the small rays of sun that rebounded off it were sliced apart. The rumbling of the tanks grew ever closer. From within the cockpit, Catwoman glanced at the line Lionel drew with a sneer. Her command still stood. Lionel's words and actions hadn't changed a thing. "Roll him over." Lionel's gaze sharpened the moment the barrel of the first tank crossed it. He didn't wait for its tracks to do so. He didn't wait for the entire tank to cross over either. Since they couldn't show mercy to those weaker than them, he wouldn't show them any mercy at all. Since they felt that they could do as they pleased because they were more powerful, he would show them what it truly meant to be powerful. Lionel's surroundings suddenly felt a rise in temperature. At first it was subtle, but it grew unbearable very quickly. The invalids that had managed to survive the constriction of Lionel's chain domain imploded into a rain of fire and ash. The fire element gathered around him at inconceivable speeds. In one moment, the foot-long steel needles were an ash gray that matched the tall fort walls. But in the next, they had suddenly begun to glow red. Die. Lionel thought coldly. Lionel's halo glowed. As though receiving a command from its king, the metal needles shot forward at inconceivable speeds. From the vantage point of Catwoman, she couldn't even see them. The speed was simply too much for the cameras to pick up. Even to the last moment, she wasn't aware of just what was about to happen to her. The last emotion on her face was a frozen sneer as she suddenly heard the blaring warning sirens of the tank. She looked back toward the camera and toward Lionel's indifferent expression. That look was seared into her mind as her final memory. She remembered that look. It was the same cold expression she had as they blew up the fort's foundation. It was the same cold expression she had as she watched the invalids swarm the outer city. It was the same cold expression she had as she heard their innocent screams and watched their guiltless blood flow. Bang! Bang! The 2 tanks imploded into a rain of metal, fire and ash. In one moment, they were barreling toward Lionel, and in the next, they exploded from within. Lionel felt the heat of the explosion blast against him, kicking his hair up in a storm of its tumult. But he continued to stand there indifferently. Clang! 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 One hand brandished a black spear. The other's fingers danced across the air like a composure that plucked the strings of the battlefield. His hair billowed in the air, 10 spheres of silver and dozens of foot-long needles hovering before him. He was just a single man blocking a flood from all sides, but he still stood tall. Chapter 4:14. Lionel was like a blazing sun. It felt and even looked as though he was the central star of a world. Even the splintered steel walls around him began to turn a fierce shade of red, causing those invalids who still tried to climb it in his presence suffer a fate worse than death. This was none other than the manifestation of the female fire mage's domain. However, Lionel had come to understand that this couldn't be considered to be a true domain. The difference between it and his chain domain was subtle, but it was there. From his communication with the dictionary, Lionel learned that this went by many different names. Some worlds called it a style, others called it martial arts, some called it a dogma or a Tao. Ultimately, this was the final branch of what Lionel had categorized as this new world order's power system. While there were many different magic systems with countless branches in between them, Lionel had ultimately broken down the overarching power system of the dimensional verse into just a few categories. The first was one's ability. This existed outside of everything else, and could often be considered to be a unique talent. In many cases, one's ability provided one with an affinity, but there were some cases where it didn't have to either. It was a special category that could often make or break one's level of talent. The second category were lineage factors. This could be passed down to one from their parents, or be a product of the future influencing the past. The third category was force. This category included neutral force and force-strengthening deviations. There were countless methods of utilizing force, whether that be in hand-to-hand combat, or even in mage arts. The fourth category were universal cycles. This branch of the power system used the universal force to give an overall boost to one's fighting ability. The fifth category was soul force or the mind, while the sixth category was the strengthening of one's body, both of which Lionel had dabbled in. From Lionel's current understanding, this style or martial arts or dogma could be considered the seventh and final category. This was a comprehension that could fuse one's power systems into one, boosting it, and helping one execute it all to the greatest possible extent. For example, Jolnia's fall style was one that emphasized a relentless attack. When this style was mastered, Jolnia was able to tailor her battle sense toward this particular style, allowing her attack, defense and movement to display themselves as one seamless whole. If the first 6 categories were branches, this 7th category could be considered one's foundation, the very roots that held it all together. There were a countless variety of styles. The winged swordman's style was one that emphasized the fluidity of motion, the fusion of one's steps with one's attack and retreat. It placed particular importance on speed, swiftness, flexibility and agility. The bowwoman's style was very similar to what Camelot knew as the general star. For ease, Lionel referred to it as the general style. It was calculating and considered every point in battle as a piece of the whole. Every step, every breath, and every thought one had was meant to bring one closer to victory. This style had no wasted energy and maximized efficiency. The final style, the style of the female fire mage, was one that brought one to the extremes of heat. This person embodied flames to such a great extent that all the fire elements in the surroundings couldn't help but surround them. In this way, it functioned more like the spell, light domain, rather than a true domain. However, much like the falls style caused the sound of crashing waters to fill the surroundings, the flame style preyed on a sense as well, except this time, it was of one's touch rather than one's hearing. The variations between styles was endless and all-encompassing. But one thing that was true is that regardless of the style, only a single one could be used at a given time unless they were fused together into a new comprehension. This made sense. After all, how could one follow multiple dogmas at once? One couldn't possibly have the style of an office worker and an athlete at the same time, right? At least that was the case for those who couldn't split their minds. Still, despite the fact Lionel could break this rule, he didn't feel a need to. It drew too much on his dream force to do so. Plus, for such a situation, he didn't need to. He continued to stand at the broken entrance of the fort, his battle intent blazing. He had not a single intention of letting anyone through. Joseph's gaze went blank. He stared without words at his screen, watching as the two tanks fell into an explosion of fire and shrapnel. His heart felt as though it was being torn out of his chest. "Cat!" Joseph's devastated roar resounded through the cockpit. The eyes of several of the drivers went red. Their cannons aimed toward Lionel, their fury reaching untold heights. They were all a family. Many of them came together when they were at a vulnerable place, and had learned to lean on one another. Kat wasn't just a woman, wasn't just a colleague, she was their sister. The same way Joseph was a father to her in many ways, she was a mother to others. Clang, clang, clang. Lionel's gaze remained blazing. He brandished his spear, drawing another line across the ground. This one was even further ahead and was even deeper. He didn't speak this time because there was no need to. His meaning couldn't have been clearer. If they dared to come any closer, he would only kill more. Joseph saw red. To his side, tears streaked down Damien's face. Though he didn't say a word and had clenched his jaw shut tight, the fury in his heart was no less than the others. Fire! Lionel's gaze flashed with a cold light. Chapter 4:15. Lionel might have reached the superior stage in his metal body, but he wasn't infallible. He was under no delusions that he would survive such an onslaught. And, even if by some miracle he did, he doubted that he would still be in position to fight. However, he didn't intend to allow such a thing to happen. His mind was on a completely different level. He could see everything before it happened. Joseph's order to fire. The spinning gears as the final tweaks were made to their aim. The slight scent of gunpowder. The touch of heat that graced the barrels. Lionel felt it all as if he was right there in the cockpit with them all. Which tanks were firing, where they were in relation to him, exactly when their shells would exit the nozzles. He saw through it all. And that, exactly that, would be their downfall. Lionel's raised hand trembled slightly. It was only the slightest flick, yet 7-foot-long needles shot forward at impossible speeds. They tore through the air, leaving a streak of smoke in their wake. Then, the sound barrier shattered. In one blink the needles were floating by Lionel's side. In a second blink they had appeared before the nozzles of the 7 firing tanks. In a third bang, bang, bang. Joseph's heart trembled. No. No. It was almost as though he knew exactly what would happen the moment Lionel's fingers moved. The shells never got a chance to exit their barrels. The timing of Lionel's attack was so perfect that the needles met the projectiles within their nozzles. And the result was even more devastating than the first time. Joseph slumped into his chair, staring at his monitor with a pale expression. There was nothing he could even do. Despite the fact he had a high rank, he only had a healing ability. Even if he wanted to fight it out with Lionel to the death. Was that even possible? At that moment, a mournful cry came from Joseph's side. Before he could even react, his younger brother had exploded through the roof doors of their tank. Damien saw nothing but red. The ground beneath him reacted just as violently, becoming a massive wave that shot him into the skies. He didn't have time to think of logic. He didn't have time to realize that his actions were futile. In the past, before even completing his force nodes, Lionel had already defeated him. Back then, Lionel was nowhere near the monster he was now. How could there even be a contest between them? Of course, Damien still felt that these matters were different from what they had once been in the past. His ability had improved and his ability to use it had likewise improved. But, could his improvement match with Lionel's? The ground rose like a tsunami, trying to envelop Lionel completely. And at the very least its shadow succeeded in doing so. The sun was completely blotted out. All Lionel saw was a wave of earth and the man who stood atop of it, completely enraged. Unfortunately for Damien, he used his flow ability on earth. Lionel spread out his hands, facing his palm toward Damien. Earthen shackle. Damien suddenly jolted to a stop. The earth he had always been able to control at a whim suddenly became like a steel behemoth unwilling to heed his calls for help. His body was almost thrown off due to his forward momentum. But that was when he suddenly found his ankles and wrists had been caught, shackled down without even a chance to escape. Damien's attempts came to a grinding halt, before he could even get close. Though he was the one in the air now, shackled by earth that had once been under his control. He still felt as though it was Lionel who was looking down on him. The world fell into an odd silence for a moment. The screams and blood had come to a stop within the city. The rumbling tanks never even made it to the gates, and even the invalids that had approached close enough to do anything had been slaughtered by Lionel just as quickly. At that moment, Miles had managed to crawl his way back up to an undamaged section of the wall. Heavy breaths heaved his chest as he sat slumped to the ground. He had no idea what happened below. The only slight clue he had was Lionel's familiar voice roaring through the city. But he had yet to confirm if that voice that haunted his nightmares was really the same person who had spoken just now. But at this moment he simply didn't care. He had managed to survive, and that was all that mattered. A growl suddenly caught Miles' attention. He looked over to find that he had managed to crawl back up to a section of the wall where the White Wolf variant invalid had been caged. They had been planning on bringing it down the wall and into the inner city. But obviously, the Slayer Legion had ruined those plans. The blue-eyed wolf continued to growl at Miles, but it didn't lunge forward. It had learned its lesson about this cage a long time ago. Despite its massive body, this prison treated it no differently from an ordinary house dog. Miles looked away from the White Wolf and stood. Seeing that it was still in prison gave him a sense of confidence. By now, this White Wolf had become his greatest trump card. With Miles' intelligence, he could tell that he had been abandoned. He, of course, knew about the greater security of the inner city. After all, he was the one who deployed the illusion that kept it hidden. But he had never expected to be hung out to dry like this. Miles chuckled silently to himself as he stood. Maybe this was the first time he truly understood the world he had been born in. The worst part was that even if he returned alive, he would have to pretend as though he didn't know a thing. He was a man without power. Did he even have the right to feel aggrieved? Feelings and fairness were commodities reserved for those with strength. Trying to bring balance to a world without power was no different than asking for death. Miles took a deep breath and calmed his beating heart, a resoluteness in his gaze. There would come a day where he, PCHU. Miles looked down, only to find a bloody hole the size of a bowling ball in his chest. His final thoughts couldn't even finish before he collapsed to the ground, his vision swimming. Shusho. It's okay, little white. I can't believe these bastards locked you up either. It's fine, don't be mad at me, you know why I had to let you suffer a bit. Well, pay them back 100-fold soon. These were the last words Miles heard before his life faded from the world. Unfortunately, they were spoken in a language he couldn't comprehend. As for his last sight, if one found his soul and questioned it, he would swear that it was a pair of white irises. Chapter 416. Lionel clenched his fists, causing the mountain of earth Damien was chained to collapse to the ground. His fingers flicked out once again. This time, however, instead of steel needles being shot out, little Tolly's spherical forms tore through the air, appearing about the remaining tanks. In the blink of an eye, through little Tolly, Lionel not only sealed the barrels of the tanks but also the roof doorways. Beyond that, he also sealed a hidden escape hatch. With his understanding of the tanks, how could he miss something like that? From start to finish, those of the Slayer Legion didn't dare to move. In truth, after Lionel moved again, they thought they would die. But even after realizing that they would keep their lives, a bout of despair overwhelmed them. To a rebel, being captured by the Empire meant that their lives were all but over. Earth only had a single prison located on the 9th-ranked province, the Dark Cloud Province. It could be said that though the monitoring bracelets were a huge invasion of privacy, they did their job. The crime rates were exceptionally low. Beyond this, the rehabilitation of criminals was also excellent. For those who committed petty crimes or lower-level felonies, they received ample help to get their lives back on track. However, those who were deemed irredeemable were all sent to Dark Cloud Prison. This wasn't a typical story of prison horror. There were no tall tales of torture or terrible living conditions. In fact, the Empire had allowed reporters and activists into this prison many times before. It could be said that for an empire willing to let 99% of its population die, the Empire was ironically humane in other ways. However, everyone knew that no one who ever stepped into Dark Cloud Prison ever took a single step out. There were only two greatly protected regions of Earth that were perfectly prepared for the metamorphosis. One was the capital, and the second was Dark Cloud Province. Even after the metamorphosis descended, not a single person managed to escape. Those of the Slayer Legion slumped into their chairs. They knew that as of now, their lives were over. Lionel lowered his hands, his chest heaving. Using his ability to analyze and scope out the situation had been easy. Commanding Little Tali's actions had also been easy. But using his chain domain made him feel as though he was squeezing what remained of his life out. Before, Lionel had only used his chain domain for a split moment against that mental mage. Plus, back then, his chain domain had been incomplete and imperfect. Now, however, his chain domain was perfect. It took far more out of him to use, especially as violently as he had just done. Restraining a target was one thing, but constricting them to death was an entirely separate matter. Unfortunately, since his hands were tied, Lionel had no choice but to use this method. If my spear force was in the fourth dimension, it wouldn't be nearly as taxing, but Lionel sighed and shook his head, revolving his 3 stars to recover quickly. He knew he couldn't break through into the fourth dimension until he comprehended the Four Seasons realm. But in truth, he hadn't even begun to try just yet. He wasn't quite sure how to. What Lionel didn't know was that there wasn't necessarily a how. Those who comprehended the Four Seasons realm on their own relied on sudden enlightenment and meditation. But with how Lionel's life never allowed him a moment to rest, whether or not he could succeed in this matter was still unknown. What do I do now? Lionel felt a sudden headache coming on. He had come here to take the fort down. He had never expected to be the one to save it. Lionel's gaze sharpened. He looked to his back, only to be slightly shocked as the illusion around the inner city began to slowly collapse. The truth was that this illusion was never able to hide itself from Lionel's eyes. But now the dream force around it was dissipating, making it possible for everyone to see the hidden truth. It was a massive metal dome. It stretched in length and width for at least 10 kilometers. As for its height, it completely dwarfed the 20-meter-tall or so walls of the outer city. It rose up at least a kilometer in that aspect alone. It could only be described as a behemoth. With the illusion gone, the true size of the city seemed to become obvious. The outer city was just a small ring around the outside compared to the monstrosity that took up the center of all of their lives. Seeing such a sight, Lionel felt the rage he thought he had calmed in his chest flare up again. With such a large space, was it really so impossible to allow everyone in? Did they really disdain to do so this much? The worst part about it all was that the alloys used to form this dome couldn't even be breathed in the same breath as those that built the outer wall. It was infinitely close to a fourth-dimension metal. In fact, this was simply because it was formed of a collection of third-dimensional metals. In terms of strength alone, if Lionel's analysis was correct, it put many fourth-dimensional metals to shame. Yet the outer wall was only considered to be strong within the third dimension. The difference was so striking that one almost couldn't help but laugh. Lionel didn't have the time to care why the illusion had faded. He wanted nothing more than to charge over and flatten the dome he saw before him. Yip! Yip! Just when Lionel was about to do something stupid, a little mink pounced in his arms. This small action seemed to snap him back to reality. Lionel looked up to find Aina following after the little mink, her great sword seemingly unblemished by battle. "They're clear?" Lionel asked. Aina nodded. While Lionel's job had been to stop any more from leaking in, Aina had teamed up with the little mink to take out any that had managed to make their way into the city. Lionel sighed. He really wasn't sure what to do. He shook his head. Maybe I should just try to repair this wall first. Can I do it alone though? Lionel frowned, his gaze focusing back on the little mink. What were these little faint black balls floating around Little Blackstar? Chapter 417. Lionel put his spear away and raised the little mink in his arms, observing the little guy curiously. When he focused in on the blobs of black, Lionel realized something astonishing. Each one of them had a different character to them. Those with stronger presences were larger, while those with weaker ones were smaller. But it wasn't just this either. Each seemed to have a different feel. The largest of them carried a biting cold to them. There were 2 of them in total. One seemed to want to completely envelop you in an avalanche while the other was sharp like a thin, cooled knife slicing into your body. Lionel felt like he remembered them from somewhere. Those 12 ice guards, 2 of them reminded me of this feeling. Lionel's eyes widened in realization. These blobs, they were the shadows of the enemies little Blackstar had killed. Blackstar can't absorb them? Lionel thought, confused. They're disappearing too. Lionel seemed to realize 2 things immediately after understanding what he was dealing with. The first was that Blackstar didn't seem capable of swallowing these shadows like he had the shadow of Simeon's numbered warrior. And the second was that they were slowly fading. The more powerful of them seemed to linger on for longer, but the weaker ones were already collapsing to the point Lionel could hardly sense them. There are 2 potential reasons for why Blackstar can't absorb them. It's either that he had an affinity limitation, or it's that he can only take in one at a time. If it's the latter, then that means the only way he could take on a new ability is if he gave the one he has already. Lionel frowned, sinking into his own thoughts. The ability Blackstar could mimic now came from one of Simeon's hand-picked warriors. From Lionel's comprehension, it was an S-grade ability at worst. That said, the Ice Guards were SSS-grade invalids, so their abilities obviously likewise followed suit. The true issue was that the sharpness ability of that numbered warrior was very useful to Lionel. When he and the little mink worked in tandem, Lionel could gain an extension of this ability. This was what had allowed him to threaten Jolnia's life back then. Of course, at the time, Lionel had also relied on many other things like the general style and his dreamscape battle sense. But it was still an important factor. Lionel curiously reached out a hand toward one of the shadows. He didn't seem to realize that Aina was looking at him from the side with a confused light coloring her eyes. It seemed that only Lionel and little Blackstar could see these floating shadows. Ha! Lionel shot his hand back, his heartbeat quickening. What's wrong? Aina finally couldn't hold back, a slight tinge of worry in her voice. The little mink had charged over here after sensing Lionel's agitation. So she had already appeared, realizing she might have to calm Lionel down from doing something stupid again. But this was completely out of her expectations. Lionel took a deep breath and explained things. I felt as though something about myself would fundamentally change if I absorbed it into my body. You're saying others can absorb them? Aina's expression changed. Such a thing was inconceivable. If this was true, then the value of such an ability would be impossible to calculate. Aina couldn't help but look toward the little mink with a new light in her eyes. The little mink crawled up from Lionel's hands, up his arm, and stood proudly on his shoulder as though showing off. Such a scene pulled out a smile from the depths of Aina's heart. I don't think it's so simple, Lionel said slowly. It's hard to explain, but I felt as though absorbing that shadow would take something away from me. Almost as though it was taking an average of my shadow and this one to form an all-new shadow. Lionel's senses were incredibly sensitive. On top of that, his memory was impeccable. He was able to simulate that exact moment again and again in his dream world. What if Lionel closed his eyes? With Aina around him, he didn't have to worry about anything else. In his dream world, a new dream clone appeared. But this time, it wasn't himself but rather a perfect replica of Joel. Everything from his height, to his mannerisms, to his ability were perfectly reflected. After breaking through, Lionel's simulations within the third dimension had a 99% accuracy rating. He could practically reflect the world perfectly in his mind. Over 10 minutes later, Lionel opened his eyes, his gaze blazing. Aina, who had been watching over Lionel this whole life, looked to him with a half-annoyed, half-curious look. This really wasn't the place to suddenly be taking a nap. By now, the shadows had all faded away into nothing, but Lionel didn't mind one bit. To him, the information he gleaned from them was far more important than the strength they could provide him. This matter was life-changing. He couldn't just casually take action without testing out every parameter he could. In that time, Lionel learned a few things. First, the limitation on the little mink wasn't affinity-related, it was a limitation of quantity. In the little guy's current state, only a single ability could be absorbed by him. Second, anyone could absorb any shadow as long as they had the little mink as a proxy. However, it wouldn't be a simple addition to one's ability. Only the little mink had the benefit of absorbing abilities without consequences. Everyone else had to weigh the pros and cons. One had to treat the shadow like one's soul. Randomly absorbing the shadows of others into oneself would be like changing oneself fundamentally. If someone with a strong ability absorbed a weaker ability, that someone's overall strength would become an average of the two. In addition, if the two abilities weren't compatible, it could lead to a disharmony that could cripple a person entirely. Even beyond this, there was the matter of oneself. It was very likely that absorbing a shadow could influence one's personality in ways one would never even expect. All of this made Lionel realize that this ability would be useless for him. Where could he find an ability comparable, or better to the quasi-silver monstrosity that was his own? And even if he did, where would he find one compatible with something as outrageously rare as Dreamforce? But Lionel didn't care. He felt that he was talented and powerful enough. He had yet to find his match in that regard, though that was obviously in part due to the fact he had yet to reach higher dimensional worlds. What Lionel really cared about were the benefits his teammates might gain from this. If they had more strength to protect themselves, it would be for the best. Lionel kept getting this nagging feeling that something big was coming, but he couldn't completely finish connecting all the dots. This left him feeling uneasy. Unfortunately, all he could do was prepare to the best of his ability. Still, he had to consider the problem of warped personalities. If the friends he had grown up with all his life suddenly became completely different people, then who had he saved, exactly? Lionel sighed and rubbed the little mink's head, its little whiskers twitching. At that moment, the grinding of loud gears caught Lionel's attention. Oh, so they want to open the inner city now? Lionel's gaze suffused with a cold light. Chapter 418. Lionel watched as the door's gates open. Despite being several kilometers away, due to the size of the dome and his own senses, he might as well have been right in front of it all. We should go, Aina said softly. If they stayed here and were subject to the same technology the invalid horde had been, they would definitely suffer. There were just two of them. No matter how powerful they were, they still weren't prepared to take down such a behemoth alone, at least not without proper planning. Since Lionel had already met his goal of securing the safety of his friends, there was really no need to keep risking themselves here. It was a pointless endeavor. I can't leave without killing the junior governor Duke, Lionel said. Aina sent a glance over to Lionel. She still remembered that over a year ago, Lionel couldn't even stomach killing a human. But now he was going out of his way to make sure one in particular felt his wrath. She couldn't say that she was opposed to this. This was a realization she always hoped Lionel would come to. But at the same time, she liked Lionel's innocence and naivete. Though this was a much better mentality for Lionel to have in such a world, she still felt like she was losing something. They wouldn't release the illusion over the inner city without reason. He might already be dead. Lionel's brows raised. Now that he thought about it, that was true. Miles had been on the wall when the explosion suddenly went off. The possibility of his death was quite high, especially since his ability wasn't physical. Lionel released his internal sight. He had been completely focused on the battle with the Slayer Legion originally, so he didn't have the mind to care for other things. Though the battle had seemed simple and easy, had Lionel not been able to calculate every minute detail, it was very possible that he could have been the one that ended up dying. Lionel's eyes sharpened. What is it? Aina asked. He really is dead. Aina nodded. Let's go then. There's nothing else to do here. It's not that simple. Someone killed him. One of the invalids. I can't be sure. Normally an invalid would want a human's ethereal glabella, but his skull is intact. There's only a hole through his chest. Then isn't it obvious? Aina asked. They closed the inner city without sending someone to save him. Someone plotted against him for whatever reason. It might have something to do with his choice to bomb the fort back then. Maybe. Lionel's eyes narrowed. At the moment, his senses locked onto an open cage. He remembered that this was the same cage that held the White Wolf variant invalid before. But this cage only had damage from the outside. Someone released that beast? Sparks continued to fly within Lionel's dreamscape, but he still didn't have enough information. He had no idea what was happening. "Young miss." A sudden voice cut off Lionel's thoughts. Aina's expression changed. Suddenly, Lionel found his hand being pulled by something soft as he was dragged away. He looked back over his shoulder to see Yuri hiking up her dress and chasing after them. "This feels oddly familiar." Lionel's train of thought was interrupted as he laughed. This was the second time he and Aina had run away from Yuri. He didn't know why Aina wanted to avoid her so much, but he had to say he didn't mind holding on to such a soft hand. Lionel couldn't be certain if Aina's scars only impacted her face, but what he was sure of was the fact her hands were perfect and without flaw. Is it creepy to be attracted to a slender hand? Lionel thought to himself. "Young miss, stop running." Unfortunately for Yuri, compared to the past, Lionel and Aina were even faster. Eventually, she could only stop running as they disappeared into the distance. In the place of the running couple, Lionel's teammates suddenly appeared once again amid dim flashing lights. Hints of confusion on their faces due to the unexpected teleportation. Miles looked toward Joel and Raj, then all three met gazes with Yuri. They all had the same abandoned look in their eye. First time. Yuri's chest heaved as she tried to catch her breath, a hint of sympathy in her voice. The three nodded like wounded children. Yuri rose to her tippy toes and patted their shoulders. "You get used to it." While the Royal Blue Fort had been attacked by an unknown entity, the capital was coming up with ways to deal with the addition of a second moon. Under this second moon's influence, it had been difficult for Earth to get a moment of peace. But as though this wasn't bad enough, their world's evolution had been accelerated, causing an epidemic of force surges to erupt. The activity of beasts and invalids alike grew as a result, making the environment far more volatile. Instances of beast and invalid hordes were taking the infantile world by storm. It was amidst these challenges that news of this second moon was finally disseminated and reached the ears of the most powerful men and women of Earth. The appearance of a kingdom within the territory of the Ascension Empire? It was unacceptable. The instant these matters were learned about, the Empire sounded the war drums. For the first time in centuries, a true threat had appeared within their territory. For the vast majority of Earth, even getting access to the normal tech they had was impossible. But in the past year, the Empire hadn't been sitting on its laurels. With the resources it had access to, the capital had quickly become a place no less prosperous than any other fourth-dimensional world. In addition, even without access to technology, it was a simple matter for those of the capital to exchange for treasures that would allow them to travel to this second moon. War drums beat. War flags rose. A patriotic aura thrummed throughout the capital. As for the chosen leader of this expedition, Prince Noah Fox. Chapter 419. Aina dragged Lionel along until they were easily over 5 kilometers away. For the two of them, crossing this distance only took a handful of minutes. When Aina finally let go of his hand, Lionel couldn't help but laugh. He laughed quite heartily at that. With the snow falling from the skies and abandoned buildings all around them, it felt as though they were in their own world. Aina pouted slightly. She realized that this was the second time she had run away from Yuri with Lionel like that. She didn't really know why, it was just an instinct. She should have just run away alone. At least then he wouldn't be laughing at her like this. "Why do you always run away from Yuri like that? She's probably been waiting months to see you again, and was definitely happy to see you." Lionel finally found this to be quite odd. The first time he hadn't really thought much about it. But he hadn't expected it to be a pattern. Aina hesitated. "It's fine if you don't want to say." Lionel waved her off. Aina didn't really like speaking about her past. He didn't want to press her for information, and end up pushing her away further. "No. Yuri was sent to look after me by my father." Lionel froze for a moment. Aina's father? After he heard of her hatred for the Brazinger family, Lionel thought both of Aina's parents had died. But now that he thought about it, Aina's exact words back then had been, "The short of it is that I don't have a family. I had a mother and my father is no longer with me." Aina had made it clear that her mother was dead, but it seemed that even she wasn't quite sure of the current status of her father. Maybe Yuri being sent to her was also a surprise on her part. Just from looking into Anna's eyes, Leonel could see a swirl of emotion. Hesitancy, sadness, resilience, resentment. Even without Anna explaining anything more, Leonel could extrapolate quite a lot. It was likely that Anna believed her father had been dead too until Yuri suddenly appeared. Then she must have wondered why her father would leave her alone if he had been alive all along. Leonel didn't want to read into it too much, but he must have felt quite similarly until Dreamforce had allowed him to remember those forgotten memories about his mother. Truth be told, Leonel had never thought about what it would be like to meet Anna's parents before. He was a sociable person and wasn't very nervous about the prospect. But hearing that Anna's father was alive made him frown. In the end, he chose not to judge without understanding the full story. But if there came a day where he learned that her father didn't have a good reason, Anna shook her head as though pulling herself out of her own thoughts. It's not a big deal. It isn't as though I hate her or anything. After saying this, Anna fell silent once again. Leonel smiled. Your birthday is soon, right? Anna was stunned by these words. Leonel shrugged. It's kind of hard to keep up with what the date is with all the changing timelines we've been traveling through, but I think I have a pretty accurate grasp of it. My birthday wasn't long ago, so I know yours is soon. Yip. Yip. Leonel wasn't certain if the little mink understood what he was saying or not, but it excitedly hopped up and down. It seemed to at least understand that a birthday was a nice thing. Now that Leonel thought about it, his last 2 birthdays had been quite depressing. One was spent within the Mayan tomb, and the next was spent training in Brave City. Usually, during that time of year his father would give him a gift. Funny enough, usually that gift ended up being more of a present for his dad than himself. Most of the time it was some vintage DVD with some anime from hundreds of years ago. Thinking of this, Leonel couldn't help but smile and shake his head. What do you want to do for your birthday? Anna seemed stunned by the question. Celebrate a birthday? Now, was he crazy? In the end, without an answer to give, she ended up glaring at Leonel. Why was he always so immature? Even seeing this, Leonel's smile didn't fade. Fine, since you don't have an answer, it'll surprise you. Looking at Leonel's grin. It seemed like he had no intention of listening to her words. In fact, her glare, which was usually quite effective, seemed to have hit a brick wall this time. Ha! Leonel wanted to tease Anna some more, but his gaze locked onto a bird in the sky. The beast quickly descended, approaching the pair with a blazing speed. Leonel almost attacked it initially, but after a while, he became fairly certain that it had no ill intentions. This message method, Camelot? Leonel couldn't be 100% certain, but this mode of communication shouldn't exist on Earth. But regardless of where the message itself came from, Leonel had no idea who would be contacting him at all. The bird descended, landing in Leonel's palm. Hello, handsome little boy. I placed a small tracking spell on your necklace treasure. I hope you don't mind. I know you have a kind heart, so I thought I would reach out to you now. My demon empire needs some help. We're currently being attacked by those we assume are your people. I hope you can help us communicate with them. In return, Big Sis has plenty of rewards for you. Leonel coughed violently hearing this message, his head slowly turning in Anna's direction. But all he found were blinking, curious eyes and a light smile. Leonel easily recognized that this message was from Mordred, but he couldn't help but lament her timing. Why now? Couldn't she have picked a better moment? Smiling an ugly smile, Leonel squeezed out a dry laugh. I didn't know you had an elder sister. Anna said, her smile never fading. Leonel had no idea why, but these words felt like a fatal blow. Legends say one could hear the whimpers of a young man that day beneath the heavily falling snow. Chapter 420. After Leonel was settled in, he became shocked by this sudden change. The Empire was attacking Camelot? No, maybe he wasn't so surprised about this much. This was the way of the Empire. Ever since they had taken power, they had never allowed any true threats to their sovereignty to survive. Maybe only the Slayer Legion could accomplish such a feat, but even then, they had only been able to do so by hiding away and tucking their tails for decades on end. However, compared to the Slayer Legion, Camelot's location was laid bare for all to see. There was no chance to hide or be covert, and maybe even they weren't aware of why they had to do so either. As far as citizens of Camelot were concerned, they were in the same location as they'd always been. As for their rulers, many of them might have an inkling, but only Mordred knew exactly what was happening thanks to the trial grounds she shared with Lionel. So, what Lionel was maybe truly surprised about was the fact Mordred had reached out to him at all. Though it couldn't be said that they were enemies, a few months ago all of Lionel's thoughts were filled with how to kill this woman. It was only after seeing her backstory and sympathizing with her that he couldn't bear to do so any longer. Lionel couldn't help but hesitate. The Empire was attacking Camelot. Was this really something he should be interfering in? What could he even do? He felt that Mordred overestimated him due to his talent. Let alone the fact that Lionel had yet to meet the other talents of Earth, and wasn't exactly certain how he stacked up to them. Even if he was far beyond what they could match, it simply wouldn't matter. None of them even knew his name. And by the time he proved he had strength and should be listened to, had likely be an enemy of them all. This was the Empire they were talking about. They weren't exactly great listeners. On top of that, Lionel didn't owe Camelot anything. If anything, he had saved them. What reason did he have to protect them? If Lionel placed his bias against the Empire aside and looked at the bigger picture, if the people of Camelot were under the rulership of the Ascension Empire, they'd be much safer. Did I really just think that? How safe were the people of the fort when the nobles decided to abandon them? Lionel sighed and shook his head. Whatever, it doesn't matter. It wasn't Camelot that asked me for help but the Demon Empire. That was right. Most of the reasons Camelot was such a bad place to live in the first place was because of the existence of the Demon Empire. It would be quite ridiculous if he went to save the demons that made their lives a living hell to begin with. Aina watched from the side, her expression far less playful now. She could almost see the struggle on Lionel's face as he wrestled with whether to do something rational or foolish. How do you feel about the Empire? Aina suddenly said. I don't like it. Lionel replied absent-mindedly. And why is that? They don't value lives. They treat their citizens like they can be plugged into risk assessment equations and deleted whenever they've overstayed their welcome. They don't keep tabs on the corruption of their nobles, letting them do as they please. They monitor the every movement of their people as though they were cattle rather than human beings. Lionel rattled off his thoughts almost like a machine. Compared to people who didn't normally understand what they were feeling and why, Lionel's ability practically didn't allow him to do this. His every thought had a very logical reason behind it, at least logical to himself. This was why his feelings for Aina were so incomprehensible. They were the one thing about himself that he truly couldn't explain. And it was ironically the one thing that he didn't try too hard to explain either. Isn't the answer simple, then? Aina said with a smile. Who cares about anything else as long as you're standing in their way? Lionel snapped out of his rant, his eyes brightening as he shot a glance toward Aina. You're right. Lionel grinned. The bird in Lionel's palm had an amulet around its neck. Lionel didn't need to think much about it to understand what it was. On the amulet, there was a key of some sort. Of course, this key wasn't physical but was rather drawn as an art. This key represented the location coordinates of a teleportation reception pad. If Lionel used this key as the core of a large-scale teleportation array, he would be able to go directly toward where Mordred was. It will take me quite a few hours to finish drawing this array. Let's find a secluded place. Aina followed after Lionel quietly. Though Lionel's reasons for doing this were quite simple and pure, Aina's couldn't be categorized as such. In her mind, the more chaos her world was in, the more battles she would be able to participate in and the faster she would be able to strengthen herself. This was what she cared about the very most. Plus, she was absolutely certain that if the Empire was making such big moves, it was impossible for the hidden families to not be involved. Earth's second moon, dubbed Camelot, was still the very same mess of torrential rain it had been when Lionel left it. However, this time, it had been splintered in a large scale war the likes of which it had not seen in a very long time. After scouting out the moon, the Empire concluded that the best target would be the Demon Empire. From their understanding, Camelot's kingdom had greatly weakened after losing 6 knights of the Round Table and 2 three-star magi. In such a vulnerable position, if the empire swooped in and eliminated the threat that had been plaguing them for centuries, how many would willingly choose to leave the rulership of King Arthur? Gazing toward the no-man's land of Camelot, a familiar young man with white gold hair and shimmering emerald eyes stood amidst the heavy rain. However, every drop that approached him rebounded off of a golden barrier, becoming sparkling motes of light as they scattered. Compared to when he was in the presence of his grandfather, Noah's demeanor was far more level-headed and peaceful. Though he lacked the arrogance one would expect from a prince between his brow, he had a natural air of superiority about him, one ingrained down to his very bones. "The meeting is beginning, Your Highness." Noah nodded and made his way to an elaborate tent covered in soft, black bear fur. It too seemed unblemished by the rain. Chapter 421. The tent was massive, reaching 10 meters into the sky and 20 in every other direction. Though it couldn't be considered to be lavishly decorated, everything was neatly arranged and not even the fibers of the beast's skin carpet swayed out of proper order. The lights were dim, but warm, and a smell of harmonious nature hung in the air. In truth, it seemed more like the abode of a warlord than an empire's prince. But it exuded an air of dominance and demanded absolute obedience at the same time. Numerous young faces all turned toward Noah at once and rose from their seated positions. Not a single one showed even a hint of disrespect. In fact, some of them looked on with trepidation. Noah maintained an even pace as he made his way to the head of the table. It was only after he sat that the others followed suit, a heaviness reigning over the atmosphere. This wasn't the first time Noah had led an expedition. With their talent, many of them had entered zones and invalid clearing teams with him in the past. They knew how he operated and how meticulous he was. Stepping out of line wasn't acceptable. This was why the tent had been completely silent before he entered, and even after he did, it remained as such. Noah glanced toward the 3-dimensional map that spread out across the table. This map was actually the representation of top-of-the-line nanotechnology. Under normal conditions, it would blend into the table and be invisible. However, after observing a target, it would perfectly replicate a scaled version. In fact, if fitted with all the bells and whistles necessary, it could even provide live observation of a target. Unfortunately, they had only been able to deploy a small portion of this technology. Unlocking the full scope of its abilities would require deploying force disruption towers all across this second moon. But that obviously was not possible for now. After a long while, Noah finally spoke. "What is the report on their strength?" "According to our scouts, they are infinitely close to a 4th-dimensional world in strength, Your Highness. The main targets to look out for are those they call the Demon Lords, the Knight of the Round Table, and the 3-star Magi. Aside from this, the most powerful existences on this moon are characters they know as King Arthur, Queen Guinevere, Lancelot, and Mordred." The youths looked toward each other with weird gazes. Did they get dropped into a fairy tale or something? Though they had been briefed on the truth behind the appearance of this second moon, it was still too hard for them to accept. How could stories become real? And if stories could become real, where exactly was the blurred line between reality and fiction? However, considering the identity of the young woman who had spoken, none of them dared to make jokes about it easily. If Noah was the one they feared the most, this young lady was very much a close second. She had a slender little button nose and short cropped hair that made her look quite adorable. That, coupled with her short stature of barely 54 inch and her petite frame, made her seem like a treasure everyone wanted to protect. That was until you heard her cold voice and saw those piercing blue eyes. She seemed to bore into your soul with her every action, shocking your system with ice. This young lady was the youngest daughter of the Grand Prime Minister Scarlet family, Jessica Scarlet. Much like Governor Duke was a fusion of the Governor and Duke titles, the Grand Prime Minister was a fusion of the Grand Duke and Prime Minister titles. While there were 8 Governor Dukes, the Empire only had 2 Grand Prime Ministers. And while the territories of the Governor Dukes were out of the capital, the Grand Prime Ministers had the most prestigious province as their stomping grounds. Jessica was too young to be in line for any hereditary titles, and was technically not meant to gain much power from her family as a result, but her own abilities spoke too loudly. Still, despite the fact she was more than worthy to fight for the position of Grand Prime Minister in the future, she had practically been a glorified secretary to Noah since she was 13 years old. Even now that she was almost 23, she hadn't deviated from this role at all. In fact, the only difference between her past self and her current self was that she had swapped out her usual gray pantsuit for a flexible leather-patched armor. From afar, she looked no different from a female sniper to assassin, even down to the numerous knives strapped across her body. Despite her small stature, she had quite a good figure as well. This much was clear even when she wore those gray pantsuits. Not that anyone dared to look, anyway. Maybe Jessica was the only one who could read out names like Mordred and King Arthur without bursting into a fit of laughter. It was clear that she found nothing funny about it. Or maybe she didn't have much of a sense of humor to begin with. Infinitely close to the fourth dimension? A young man asked. How did they manage to pull this off? The other youths nodded. They too were curious about this. From their understanding, this world shouldn't be so strong. After all, it came from an SS grade zone. It's impossible to tell so early on. Jessica replied coldly. Our best guess is that their force seems to be several times thicker than the norm. It is likely that they have a technique able to thicken force beyond the normal limits. This much has also been partially confirmed from other avenues of intelligence. After allowing the youths to murmur amongst each other for a while, Noah finally spoke again. Our target is the Demon Empire. What are the main pitfalls? The first is their numbers. The second is our ignorance. The last is their terrain advantage. Jessica replied efficiently. Their numbers aren't only made up of demon lords, but also large hordes of demonic beasts. They seem to have some methods of controlling these hordes, though not with great accuracy. Secondly, we are ignorant of much of their methods. They seem to employ a branch of force arts for what they call magic or mage arts. We are still gathering information on this. I suggest that we send a few ambassadors to their kingdom and form friendly relations. Lastly, the terrain. Their so-called Demon Empire's core is located within a mountainous region. It's almost impossible to launch a large-scale attack. Noah nodded, tapping lightly on the table. His mind spun quickly, his gaze locking onto the mountainous regions Jessica mentioned. A suffocating aura exuded from the young prince. At that moment, many around him could hardly breathe. Seemingly used to such a thing, they could only clench their jaws, waiting for it to pass. Finally, the tapping stopped. Forming diplomatic relations is not a bad idea, but it will take too long. Imperial Grandfather granted us 3 months at most to complete this mission. We can't afford to waste it. Since there is no path of attack through the mountains, we will make one. Implement the detonation plan of 2097. Jessica, you will lead your squad to deal with the demonic beasts. The more you pull into our control, the better. You have 2 weeks. Finally, send an ultimatum to this King Arthur. It's either he helps us to level this demon empire, or after we're done, he'll be next. Chapter 422. A sudden flash caught the patrolling guards by surprise. The location was a dark castle hidden within the depths of a mountainous region. It was designed so well that it seemed to blend into the jagged structure of the mountains around it, giving off a dark and sinister vibe. It was safe to say that such a region rarely, if ever, received visitors. And those who could use this teleportation platform were even rarer. However, the guards were even more shocked when they realized that their 2 guests were humans? Any other guards would likely lash out with an attack by now. But these guards were so used to doing nothing that they were stunned for a moment, not knowing how they should react. At that moment, Lionel's vision cleared and he locked eyes on the 2 demon guards before him. Both of them were women dressed a bit too scantily for a normal teenage boy to ignore. Of course, that was only if these teenage boys weren't Lionel Morales. The 2 guards had pale violet skin and twin horns that came out from their seemingly delicate foreheads. As though that wasn't enough to complete the picture, they both had thin, devilish tails. No matter how one looked at it, these 2 were a pair of succubi. Lionel couldn't imagine how Mordred thought to receive good quality protection from these 2. Lionel looked toward Aina and back before clearing his throat. "Hello, I'm Lionel. Mordred asked to see me?" Lionel rarely felt awkward socializing with others, but this was simply too much. Was this how he should be asking to see a demon empress that was feared by so many? Why did it sound like he was checking in at a doctor's appointment? The two demon women looked toward one another, seemingly communicating about whether they should be attacking now or not. Luckily, large doors off to the side of the quiet room suddenly opened, revealing the figure of a voluptuous woman with pale skin. It seemed as though the only hint of color on her body were her red lips. As for everything else, they seemed painted in black and white. Who else could this person be if not the demon empress Mordred? Mordred smiled, opening her soft lips to speak. But she suddenly paused when she noticed Aina, her lashes fluttering as she blinked, a curious light in her eye. Looking from Aina to Lionel then back, a sudden amused light colored her eyes. Lionel and Aina, correct? Lionel was stunned for a moment. Then he remembered that Mordred had seen his life from start to end like he had hers. Even though this Aina didn't match up to his memories, with some context clues and an intelligent mind, it wasn't much of a problem to draw the proper conclusion. Lionel smiled. "Demon Empress." Mordred giggled. "You don't have to call me that, just call me Big Sis or M." Lionel coughed lightly. "M it is then." Mordred only laughed more at this reaction. "Come with me, I'll show you to some accommodations. I might as well act as a proper host." Mordred left with Lionel and Aina under the stunned gazes of the two female demons. Was this really their demon empress? "Alright, you two can have this room." After traveling through what Lionel could only describe as a dreary and dark castle styled after Earth's Victorian era, Mordred finally stopped at yet another massive door. This castle had a severe lack of normal-sized doors. All the ones they had come across to this point were 10 meters tall at the smallest, and all had elaborate archways. Seeing this door, however, Lionel began coughing again. "Just one room?" Mordred sent Lionel a glance as though she was looking at an idiot. Even if someone was going to say that, shouldn't he have waited for Aina to speak first? Who was the real man in this relationship? Aina didn't say much as she walked into the room, leaving Mordred staring at Lionel and shaking her head in disappointment. Lionel went to scratch his head out of habit, but accidentally interrupted the nap of the little mink. In return, he received a strong swipe that left his hand aching. Mordred pursed her lips and shook her head. "Big Sis knows a lot about getting women. Stop being a pansy." Lionel watched as Mordred walked away, completely speechless. How was he a pansy? In fact, he sometimes felt he was a little too bold. How many people would confess so many times? Maybe that wasn't so much of a good thing. Lionel coughed silently to himself. If one had followed him for the last day, they'd probably assume he had a cold of some sort. Lionel walked into the room after Aina, his head swirling with confusing thoughts. Was he really a pansy? "Have a nice rest." Mordred's voice came from the hallway. "We can talk about the rest tomorrow morning." Lionel felt the door lightly click behind him. He didn't need to think to know that this was Mordred taking action again. The first thing he saw was a massive bed. It was at least 3 meters in width and 5 in length. It was covered with a canopy that partially hid the other details at the same time. The colors of the room were quite warm and much less bland than the rest of the palace. Mostly deep reds, violets, and blues. It was quite easy on the eyes. A light scent of roses hung in the air. It wasn't too overpowering, but definitely not subtle either. All in all, it felt like a meticulously sculpted room for a couple. Aina didn't seem to react much to this. She simply walked to the master bathroom and locked the door behind her, leaving Lionel to his own thoughts. By the time she walked out half an hour later, Lionel was still standing in the same spot, trying to understand. After a while, he looked up and smiled. "Need help drying your hair again?" Hearing these words, Aina blushed slightly, thinking about the last time. But in the end she still nodded. Chapter 423. The next morning, Lionel and Aina entered the Demon Empire's war room. Compared to the sweetness of the past day, the atmosphere was much tenser. In fact, even Mordred's playful attitude had completely vanished. She sat upon a chair with a tall back, staring intently at a massive map before her. It detailed everything about Camelot and the Demon Empire, even down to the smallest and most inconsequential rivers and hills. Mordred was so lost in her own thoughts and worry that she didn't even notice the arrival of Lionel and Aina. Others of her empire might have been more enthusiastic about their odds, but Mordred had personally seen Lionel's memories. She knew exactly what kind of monster she was facing. She never knew that it was possible to wield such power without magic or internal strength, but now she could no longer deny the possibility. The number one demon lord Krakos and the other demon lord sat around the massive map, all of them equally as silent. Even though they thought they were in a great position to defend, especially when the demon beasts and the mountainous landscape were taken into account. However, they were all influenced by the emotions of their demon empress, and didn't dare to say much of anything. It was only after the doors clicked closed behind Lionel, and Aina did some begin to notice their presence. Mordred looked up, squeezing out a smile. But it was clear to all that this was the last thing she wanted to be doing. She knew exactly how dire the situation was, and she also knew that it would be even more dire if others didn't understand the kind of threat they were facing. If even the demon lords didn't quite believe her, then what about their subordinates? And the subordinates to their subordinates? The more carefree and careless an army was, the easier it would be for them to collapse. By the time they realized that these things should be taken seriously, it would all already be too late. This was honestly the largest part of the reason Mordred had no choice but to call for Lionel's help. The only one she could think of that might have a way of turning around this mentality was Lionel himself. Mordred brought Lionel and Aina to sit by her. 3 days ago an envoy of the Ascension Empire came. They established relations and also made it clear that the only course of action was surrender and complete obedience or war. Mordred briefly explained. Lionel nodded. He wasn't sure what he as a single person could do about this. Honestly, he felt that it might be better for the Demon Empire and Camelot to simply surrender. In his opinion, they didn't stand a chance. However, he also understood how hard such a truth would be for them to swallow. No one would like the idea of something they built with their own hands being taken away by another just because. In truth, no one was in the wrong. It wasn't Camelot's fault for appearing within Earth's territory, nor was it Earth's fault for wanting their territory to be under the sole control of themselves. You don't have to do too much during this meeting, Mordred continued. I only want your opinions on certain things. Though I have a small understanding of the kind of existence the Ascension Empire is, I can't be as certain as you. Now that she thought about certain things, Mordred began feeling somewhat guilty about calling Lionel here. Was she asking him to betray his people? Or even worse than that, had she brought a seed of this empire she wanted to repel into her den? Though Mordred thought these things, she trusted her gut feeling. And most importantly, she trusted what she had seen from Lionel's life. She knew exactly how he felt about the empire. In fact, he probably hated it even more than she did at this current point. Lionel nodded again. So Mordred wanted a consultation of sorts. This was easy enough to accomplish. Lionel took a back seat, silently listening to the meeting as they began to debate strategy. But the more Lionel listened, the more his brow furrowed. Their thinking was too strict. Their scopes were too narrow. Their understanding of their enemy was far worse than Lionel believed the Empire's understanding of them was. The more he listened, the more Lionel came to realize where Mordred's feelings of unease came from. If things continued like this, let alone repelling the Empire, their demon empire would collapse in a matter of a few days. Then soon after, Camelot would follow. I suggest we leave Serpent's Path unguarded. We only have a limited amount of resources, and the enemies aren't fools. Who would march an army up that hellscape? It would be a waste of resources indeed. Other than leaving some scouts there in case of trouble, I think we can leave it be and focus out defenses elsewhere. Just as the next demon lord wanted to chime in, a sudden sigh sounded. Lionel stood, placing his palm on the map on the table. His eyes closed as he imprinted it all in an instant. Then his force surged, calling forth a strong surge of earth elemental energies. In the blink of an eye, the landscape bloomed. Under the astonished gazes of all those present, a perfect representation of the map was created. even down to the smallest imperfections of the mountain range they currently sat within. "This is your world," Lionel said plainly. Lionel's hand waved again, quickly forming another landmass. But this one hovered above, held there by Lionel's force. Bang! Lionel dropped the newly created landmass on the one he had just formed. His actions caused a sigh of pity to spread throughout the room. The three-dimensional construct had really been too perfect. After lamenting it for a while, the demon lords looked at the new landscape, their eyes colored with shock. This new structure had such elaborate mountain structures that it put them to shame. Compared to the mountain range of their demon empire, it was like an adult versus a newborn. "This is just half a continent on Earth that was once called Asia," Lionel continued just as emotionlessly. The pupils of the demon lords constricted. Just half a continent was already larger than their entire world. Just how big was Lionel's world? Looking at the ease this Asia flattened their lands with, a bit of trepidation crawled into their hearts. When the Ascension Empire had yet to unite all of Earth, Asia was the final continent that remained standing. This wasn't only because of their intelligence and ingenuity, but most importantly because of their terrain, the centerpiece of which was a country once known as China. China is surrounded by sea and islands from one side, and completely protected by endless mountains from another. Attacking them was almost impossible, and most attempts ended up in failure. "Do you know what the Ascension Empire did?" Lionel asked coldly. The demon lord shivered, their hearts clenching before Lionel's gaze. They lost focus on who was the human and who was the demon for a moment. Lionel lifted a finger, causing a small ball of fire to appear. It was only the size of a fingernail, but the heat concentrated on it made all of their hearts beat wildly. Lionel flicked his finger toward his construct of ancient Asia. Bang! A hole was blown through the mountains, flattening them to the ground. The demons shuddered. Was this power a civilization should have? How could it be possible to flatten mountains so large? However, the next words Lionel spoke made them all freeze. It was as though a reaper had grabbed onto their throats, suffocating them from the depths of their souls. This happened in 2097, just the 21st century. It's currently the 25th century. What do you think they can do now? Chapter 424. Lionel's words caused an eerie silence to overwhelm the war room. Much like Mordred before, these demon lords had never been aware that there could be power outside one's own bodily strength. Even mages who might as well be known as the nukes of the battlefield in their world couldn't even compare. But to hear that this was not only possible, but had been possible over 300 years ago by the very same society aiming for their lands now caused many of them to pale. At this moment they were no longer the demons that terrorized the lands of Camelot. They looked toward one another, not missing the trepidation in each one of their eyes. Then, what should we do? How do we beat such an existence? The number one demon Lord Krakos finally spoke, his deep rumbling voice filling the once silent environment. Lionel raised his palm from the table, causing the earth elemental force to disperse. After a moment of silence, he shook his head, causing their hearts to sink. The Empire is more powerful than you could imagine. If it wasn't for the restrictions the metamorphosis placed on them, even destroying your entire world wouldn't be an issue. Lionel's words weren't exaggerated in the slightest. Even back during the start of the 20th century, Earth already had technology capable of wiping out cities. By the end of the 21st, they were able to wipe out whole mountain ranges. Now, as they neared the end of the 25th century, destroying a moon wasn't a matter of if they could, but only if they were willing to pay the price and deal with the aftermath. I don't want to sell you all a false dream. Though I have a strong dislike for the Empire, I also know that I must be realistic. As much as I would like to paint you a pretty picture, the odds of you winning aren't close to zero, they are zero. In fact, though it might be hard to hear, I wouldn't be surprised if the Empire was using your world as a training field for their youth. The atmosphere only grew colder the more Lionel spoke. If you want my suggestions, in my humble opinion, you only have a few options. The first is to fight back. Inevitably, you will lose. Once that happens, everyone in this room will be sent to Dark Cloud Prison to live out the rest of your lives. Your citizens will be assimilated into the empire and become people of Earth. Your second option is to form an alliance with Camelot. Should you do that, you might repel a first wave. But inevitably you will lose. Once that happens, everyone in this room will be sent to Dark Cloud Prison to live out the rest of your lives while your citizens are assimilated. Your third option is to display your usefulness. If you manage to do this, it's very possible that you can gain a hereditary title in exchange for your knowledge. If you use proper hard and soft tactics, you may allow your world to be recognized as the 10th province of Earth. The room fell into silence. Lionel didn't mince his words in the slightest. He needed them to understand that this was an impossible war to win. Aina sent a glance toward Lionel's side profile, lost in her thoughts. She wondered just how much of Lionel's words were his own objective analysis, and how much of it was the indoctrination he had received since his youth. Where had all of Lionel's knowledge of the strength of the empire come from? Wasn't it all from his education? Hadn't that education all been provided for, catered, and censored appropriately at the behest of the empire? Maybe even Lionel wasn't sure about this. All he knew was that he was speaking the truth from his own vantage point, and that he didn't feel like he was lying. But when it came down to it, did those that had been manipulated always realize when they had been? The demon lords looked toward one another. At the same time, Mordred fell into her own thoughts as well. What was the reason she built the demon empire? Other than the fact she had become a tool for the machinations of Shield Cross Stars, it was because she hated the fact that she was ostracized by even her own parents simply due to her affinity. Since they hated her dark element so much, she would become the spearhead for people like her, and point her blade toward Camelot. However, from what Mordred understood about Lionel's world, the same stigma against the dark element didn't exist. It wasn't an overly religious society, it didn't have a church to worry about, and the most important case was Lionel, who stood right before her. Lionel didn't care about the light or dark element one way or another. To him, it was simply something reserved for fairy tales. If she thought about things this way, then what reason did she have to continue protecting this empire? If a society that accepted her appeared, then maybe she could finally rest her head and place down this burden. Lionel, do you believe that demons would be accepted? Mordred spoke, her voice slightly weary. Lionel looked back toward the demon empress, his expression somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected for them to accept this change so quickly. Truthfully, as long as Mordred spoke, the deed was practically half complete. I can't be certain of this either. But what I do know is that there are people all over Earth awakening abilities that make them look no different from you all the time. The Empire, if it was ever good at anything but conquering and control, has always been diligent in assimilating those of all races without discrimination. But at the same time, this is a new world. It's somewhat easier to accept others of the same species as opposed to a completely new people like the demons. Still, I ultimately think it's worth a try. Mordred fell into her thoughts for a long time before she finally spoke again. Will you lead these negotiations, Lionel? Lionel raised his brows in surprise. But in the end he slowly nodded. Chapter 425. Lionel agreed to Mordred's request, but there were a few things he knew had to be done first. The first was to contact Camelot. It was impossible to accomplish this without putting up a united front. Camelot and the Demon Empire had to come together. Of course, Lionel got a lot of pushback about this, but he had to speak reason to them all. The Empire would never allow civil war within its borders. One way or another, the two would have to assimilate. The question was whether or not they'd act first and get something out of it, or if they'd wait to get conquered and receive nothing in return for their grievances. When Lionel explained it this way, they managed to calm down somewhat and listen to reason. It was only at this point that Lionel realized the demons seemed to hate humans as much as humans hated them. While humans thought demons were bloodthirsty creatures who shouldn't be allowed to be a part of normal society, demons believed humans to be hypocrites that hid their true nature, only to reveal themselves to be far worse than the demons they hated so much. Lionel's second suggestion was to present a shot of strength to the Empire. Negotiations were only possible for those with strength. If there was too large of a power imbalance, what would be the point? The one with the stronger fist would simply take what they wanted. Even though it was clear that the empire was by far the strongest between the two parties, they still had to put in some effort to level out the playing field. Only then would they be able to open up negotiations in good faith. In the end, these talks boiled down to one fact. Mordred would have to take a trip back to Camelot. Noah looked up from a map he was seriously observing, his expression colored with surprise. You said they sent someone? They want to negotiate? Jessica stood before Noah with her usually cold expression, relaying the information she had just received. Yes. Their number 9 demon lord made a trip down the mountain to relay this message. According to what he had to say, the demon empire was willing to open negotiations and want to understand more about what it would mean to submit. Noah raised an eyebrow. Are they trying to stall for time? They arranged for the negotiation to occur in half a month. I have a hard time believing that they could prepare anything in this time. In addition, half a month was the time frame we set for our first wave attack to begin as well. Noah nodded. He found all of this to be curious. From the information they had compiled, the demons were most definitely not such a race. They were incredibly fond of battle and blood. Something like surrendering before a single bullet had been fired was baffling. Could it be that there was someone leading them? Their empress should be a human from Noah's understanding. Maybe it was her who helped them see reason. Noah had never considered negotiations not because he was opposed to it, but rather because there were some cultural barriers that couldn't be crossed with simple words. Instead of convincing Camelot how powerful they were, it was best to just show them. This would make everything much easier. Interesting. Noah mumbled. He fell into his own thoughts, a familiar aura enveloping his surroundings. Jessica stood silently, her small hands gripping a clipboard. We will accept their meeting, but continue the preparations just in case. We also need a proper display of force to set the tone for the negotiations. I will contact Imperial Grandfather to understand what our bottom line is. Jessica nodded and took Noah's silence as a tacit dismissal. Mordred never thought there would be a day she would return to Camelot. The heavy rain falling against its tall stone walls seemed to be a reflection of her heart. At the very least, she thought that when she returned, it would be as a conqueror. But the truth was that she never expected to do such a thing. If she wanted to overrun Camelot and destroy it, it was likely that she could have succeeded long ago. The only thing that had kept the humans safe all this time was the disorganization of the demons. Mordred was the very person who fixed this fundamental issue. Yet Camelot had still yet to be conquered. What reason could there possibly be for this if not a hidden softness within her heart? Mordred silently gazed upon Camelot's gates. Compared to how things usually were, the massive capital city was quite quiet. Ever since this endless torrential rain began, a dark fog had been hanging over their world as though everyone was waiting for the other shoe to drop. The appearance of the Empire just so happened to be that other foot. Lionel watched silently from Mordred's side. To this negotiation, only he, Mordred, Aina and Krakos had come. Even if things went horribly wrong, Lionel was still confident in taking everyone out safely. Now it was just a matter of Mordred taking that final step forward. After gathering herself, Mordred took a step forward. But what she hadn't expected was for a woman in a fluttering blue dress to suddenly appear before the gates. The only one who didn't seem shocked by this was Lionel himself, who had long since grasped the energy fluctuations. And it was even easier to understand after he recognized the woman to be Queen Guinevere. Mordred never reacted when she saw her father. In fact, even with Lionel's senses, he would have never guessed that King Arthur was her father without having seen Mordred's life from start to end. But the moment this woman appeared, Mordred froze. Tears flowed uncontrollably from Guinevere's eyes. Still, as though she was trying to respect Mordred's personal space, she didn't get any closer than a few meters. It seemed that the reason there was no one to receive them was because Guinevere had insisted on doing it herself. For some reason though, Lionel felt as though the energy of this world suddenly shifted when mother and daughter stood face to face. He couldn't quite grasp it, but he felt as though a small shackle had unlocked. This meeting might be far more important than even Lionel knew. Sparks flew within Lionel's dreamscape. But once again, there wasn't enough information to draw the final conclusion. Chapter 426. Lionel felt a complex swell of emotions when he saw Guinevere. Those eyes. That day when he fell into an illusion of dream force, causing his long-forgotten memories to resurface, he had seen them before. Mordred wasn't sure what to say or do. She wasn't nearly as emotional as Guinevere, but she also wasn't indifferent. She was caught in an odd in-between, a mixture of awkwardness and hesitancy coloring her usually confident, womanly demeanor. Guinevere shook her head, seemingly realizing that she had lost control of her emotions. She quickly composed herself, her tears drifting away from her cheeks in a magical sort of way. But there was nothing she could do about the redness of her eyes. They acted like a constant reminder of the emotions she had just displayed. "Welcome to Camelot. Please come with me." The queen bowed lightly, regaining a professional air. However, anyone who knew about diplomatic relations between countries, kingdoms, or empires would be wholly aware that something like a monarch bowing to another would never happen. Such a thing would be like a power admitting its inferiority to another. It was clear that Guinevere wasn't a fool who didn't understand these simple and obvious customs. She acted not only out of emotion, but also so that she could let Mordred and the others know that she would stand by them. To Guinevere, in comparison to the kingdom, her daughter was worth far more. It didn't matter to her that Mordred was already a woman of over 40 years old. To a mother, her daughter would always be her little girl. Guinevere rose from her bow, her back straightening to exude the elegance of a queen. With a light smile, she turned and began to lead them all forward. From her back view alone, one could sense her strength and resolve. Mordred blankly stared at her mother's back for a long time. She had expected either cold indifference or a flood of apology, but she ended up receiving neither. And somehow, this put her more at peace than anything else ever could. "Empress." Krako's deep voice snapped Mordred out of her stupor. "Yes." Mordred nodded and moved forward, her gait steady and even-paced as she followed after her mother. Lionel was about to move to follow as well when he suddenly realized that Aina hadn't moved from start to finish. Aina stood in a daze, her fists clenched. She had come here to battle. She had never expected for things to boil down to a negotiation, and she had definitely not expected to run into such a scene. Her heart beat uncontrollably. She felt as though she wanted to scream out from the depths of her soul. How much had she wanted to see such a look? Would her mother also look at her like this if she was alive? Or would she run off like her father had? Her petite frame began to tremble. Her body held so much power in it. Even now, a massive curved package was attached to her back. Maybe even Lionel would struggle to carry it with such ease. Yet at this moment, she couldn't seem to control this powerful body of hers at all. Aina suddenly felt a large hand slip over hers. She looked up to find Lionel smiling toward her. Her heart didn't calm down for a long time, but she didn't push Lionel's hand away. She lost herself in the size and warmth of his hand. Though his body might have been almost as tough of a pseudo-fourth-dimensional metal, his skin still carried the security only a human's could give. It was only several breaths later that Aina caught her breath and pulled her hand away, slight blush on her features. Lionel smiled. "Let's go." Aina almost imperceptibly nodded and followed along. For the second time in his life, Lionel entered Camelot's castle. But this time he didn't feel the same awe he had the first time. If anything, it all felt somewhat superficial and weak to the current him. He wasn't sure if this was because he had seen through King Arthur's real character now, or if it was something else. But regardless of the reason, the feeling was quite freeing. Lionel sent a glance toward Aina, who seemed to be looking around curiously. It seemed that despite the fact this was her first time, she didn't seem very affected by it all at all. Toward this, Lionel couldn't help but smile. Aina always acted so shy, but when it came down to it, she was quite a bold woman. Lionel felt that the dichotomy made her so very interesting. Though Aina always blushed profusely when he confessed, whenever they were interacting normally, she didn't seem off-put by him at all. In fact, she had always been the only one who seemed to ignore how serious he got when he took tests or exams. "What?" Aina looked toward Lionel, realizing that he was looking toward her. Lionel grinned. Nothing, you just look nice. In return for his flattery, Lionel received a glare. Be more serious, we're almost there, she said softly. Lionel felt a tingling sensation in his back hearing her voice. He swore Anna's various inflections were a lethal weapon. He didn't know if his compliment made her reply softer, but what he did know was that it was foul play. Seeing that Lionel was in a daze, Anna tugged on his robes and pulled him forward. The others had long since entered the meeting room. Lionel smiled lightly and let Anna pull him along. When they entered the space, they found a well-furnished royal court. There was a throne at the head and a long narrow walkway that splintered off into several seating arrangements. There were, obviously, reserved seating for Mordred, Lionel and the others. But what was surprising was that there was another set of reserved seating. In fact, this reserved seating was already filled. The moment Lionel and Anna's gazes swept through the room, their killing intent erupted at the same time. The already silent room was suddenly infused with the rage of two. The familiar red hair and red eyes could never be mistaken. It was a member of the Brazinger family. Chapter 427. When King Arthur saw Lionel walk in, he of course felt a complex swirl of emotions. For better or worse, he felt an even more visceral reaction than when he saw his daughter. But maybe that made sense. After all, Arthur had clashed with Mordred many times before. It wasn't as though this was the first time he was laying eyes on his daughter in years. In comparison, Lionel was like a beacon that awakened him in many ways. Of course, that was most exacerbated by the death of 6 of his brothers, but Arthur still felt that the initial catalyst was Lionel himself. However, what Arthur hadn't expected was for Lionel to suddenly erupt with such killing intent the moment he stepped into the royal court. At first, Arthur thought that this rage was aimed toward himself. But he very quickly realized that from start to finish, Lionel had only swept a cursory glance over him. It was complete disregard, the very same disregard he felt when Lionel strolled out of his kingdom without even attempting to hide his tracks. Arthur couldn't help but feel an anger well up in his chest. As much as a person wanted to change, it was too difficult for a person to flip on a dime. It often took years of constant effort to undo what it took years to ingrain in the first place. But Arthur very quickly realized that this had nothing to do with him. At that moment, a man with blazing red hair and eyes just as crimson frowned, looking up to find the fury Anna and Lionel were looking at him with. But in truth he was quite confused. He didn't know who these 2 kids were at all. This member of the Brazinger family wasn't the only one who had come. By his side, there was a blonde and golden-eyed man. And by this person's side there was a green-haired and green-eyed woman. The last person was another than Lionel would recognize. A blue-haired and blue-eyed man by the name of Matthias Aderna. He was the very same man who had led little Nana and the others into the Camelot zone. Now it seemed like he was back for whatever reason. However, Lionel didn't spare him a single glance. His palm had already flipped over, revealing a bow that exuded a deathly sharp aura. He immediately locked onto the red-haired man, causing the latter's expression to darken even further. Lionel. Arthur panicked slightly. He didn't understand what Lionel was doing and for what purpose. It was obvious that Lionel had some sort of animosity with this red-haired man, but was it really so bad to take such immediate action? Unfortunately, Lionel didn't even look in Matthias' direction, leaving him quite stunned. Much like Arthur, he thought that Lionel might have some animosity toward him as well, but the reality was likewise outside of his expectation. The little mink reacted just as violently. Jumping from Anna's arms, it found its spot at the top of Lionel's head, its fur standing on end. Lionel! Arthur roared, standing from his throne. Even though Arthur was even somewhat thankful for Lionel, he couldn't allow a diplomat sent by another nation to be killed in his royal court. At least, this was how he saw those 4. Regardless of what reason Lionel had, he couldn't allow him to act on them. Lionel flipped another palm. As though he couldn't hear Arthur at all, he knocked an arrow, his senses locking onto the red-haired man. It was only now that the man began to feel some pressure. He stood from his seat, his heart thrumming. But this wasn't out of fear. He simply activated his lineage factor. feeling his blood course through his body as he raised his strength to its optimal levels. He didn't know why Lionel was targeting him, but he didn't care. He wouldn't allow himself to be killed even if there was a good reason. Lionel. Compared to the other voices calling out his name, this was by far the softest. Yet, it was the only voice capable of making Lionel's aura completely disperse. Lionel looked over and down toward Aina, only to find her having regained her calm. She stood there, shaking her head. "We came here to help Em, don't ruin things." Lionel's brow furrowed when he heard this. That was right. If he killed someone here, even if he had a good argument, it would be difficult to persuade Arthur to their side. Even though Guinevere was on their side, if her word was really final, Mordred wouldn't have been ostracized in the first place. With what Lionel knew about King Arthur, he was already unlikely to agree with their proposal to begin with. If he didn't something to push him further away, things would only become more difficult. Lionel's arm relaxed slightly, his gaze coldly locking back onto the red-haired man as he lowered his bow. Without a word, Lionel put his bow away and made his way to his seat. After taking his eyes off the red-haired man, he didn't look his way again as he tried to calm the raging tide that was his blood. But a heavy aura hung around him. Aside from Aina, who seemed unaffected, everyone else was, making it difficult for them to begin discussions. A heavy silence hung over royal court. Many gazes were on Lionel, trying to figure out the reason for his previous outburst. Yet the subject of their observation sat silently staring in no particular direction. However, judging by the look in his eye, it felt as though he could lash out again at any time. King Arthur's face went cold as he sat back down on his throne. It hadn't escaped his notice that his wife hadn't sat by his side, and had instead chosen to sit by Mordred. And now Lionel had completely disregarded him. It felt as though this throne he sat on was weightless. What the hell had he spent his whole life building? Was it really all meaningless? Chapter 428. A silence continued to hang over the royal court. For a while, it seemed as though no one would speak at all until it was that King Arthur finally composed himself, regaining his bearing. Today it seems that two parties have come to negotiate terms with our Camelot, one of which was more of a surprise than the other. Arthur began to speak, sweeping a gaze over the hidden families. Though the appearance of Mordred and the others was planned, these hidden family members appeared out of nowhere. However, after hearing that they were a power that could oppose the Empire, Arthur became intrigued and allowed them to enter. He couldn't be certain of what Mordred's purpose here was, but as an intelligent man and a ruler with many years of experience, he could make a good guess. Initially, even though he was unwilling, he thought that he might have no choice but to accept Mordred's propositions, especially with the current actions of his wife, but the appearance of this third party left him feeling pleasantly surprised. It seemed that King Arthur was still unwilling to relinquish his power. As much pain and suffering as this throne had brought him, wouldn't it make all that hardship meaningless if he were to just give it up now? Matthias cleared his throat, trying to settle the atmosphere down. He sent a side glance toward the red-haired man before he opened his mouth to speak. Yes. We came here today to encourage Camelot not to fall prey to the intimidation of the Empire. Though we won't deny that they are powerful, what we can say is that they are not the only ones who are so. This universe is very big and its scope is endless. In the grand scheme, the Ascension Empire is just a speck of dust floating in the winds. King Arthur and the other court ministers were quite intrigued by these words. This concept of a universe was one they had never heard of before. Yet it was a word that filled them with awe and thoughts of grandeur. Before they hadn't even been aware that a world outside their own existed, but now they were learning about so much more. Among these ministers were a few characters Lionel recognized, namely Lancelot and the young Prince Lyones. Neither had participated in the Merlin trials, so they were of course very safe. From their facial expressions, it was difficult to tell what they were thinking. But the two sat on complete opposite sides of the room, not interacting with one another. Your words are quite honey-coated, King Arthur said with a laugh. But what does the vastness of this universe have to do with us? If anything, it might be safer to have a sturdy wing to take cover beneath, don't you think? Even though King Arthur didn't mean these words, he still spoke them. He wasn't a fool. Negotiation was about leverage, and why would he give up his own so easily? Matthias smiled lightly at these words. Clearly he was very much expecting them. To answer your question, I think we should give a bit of background on Earth itself. The Empire might be considered the main power beneath the sun, but it is only that. Within the shadows, there are several other rivals to it. For one, there is the Slayer Legion that the Empire has not been able to weed out all this time. And with the descent of the Metamorphosis, the Slayer Legion is only growing more powerful. However, I would say that the true hidden strength of Earth would be us so-called hidden families. I don't particularly like this term. Rather than saying that we are hiding, it's more accurate to say that there hasn't been anything worth coming out for just yet. I can swear that if our families were to come out now, this so-called Ascension Empire would have no chance of survival. Matthias' words were forceful and full of pride. However, King Arthur only shook his head after hearing them. You've spoken many niceties and painted a picture in very broad strokes. However, you have yet to speak of how these things could help our Camelot. What difference is there in submitting to you versus this Ascension Empire? Though you say you are more powerful, these are just your words. How can we take them just as you've said them? Matthias smiled. I will give you proof then. Are you aware of the dimensions? King Arthur frowned. This was a concept that had been foreign to him until the envoy of the Ascension Empire had come. It was only after that he learned about these ranking systems. Seeing Arthur's reaction, Matthias' smile deepened. The Ascension Empire is the ruler of a pseudo-fourth-dimensional world. Even after Earth breaks through once again, their power will still ultimately be considered to be within the third dimension. In fact, the truth is that their strength will diminish by several factors after the descent of the fourth dimension is complete. King Arthur and the court ministers frowned. How could that be so? You all may not believe me, but the true backbone of the Ascension Empire is their technology. However, upon ascending dimensions, the physics by which their technology is built upon is distorted, changed and flipped. This means that staples of their understanding will be overturned, thus making their technology useless. In fact, even in this pseudo-fourth-dimensional world, they are already holding on by a thin thread. They only manage to use some of their prowess with a stopgap measure like their force disruption towers, but these towers have no chance of working against true fourth-dimensional force. That being the case, what do you think will happen once the fourth dimension descends? They'll essentially be a crippled power having lost their main source of strength. Matthias' smile only seemed to widen the more he spoke. And, do you know what the best part about all of this is? Normally, it would take another decade or two for the first stage metamorphosis to complete. However, due to the appearance of your world, the timeline has been accelerated. By now there's already less than a year left. Arthur's gaze sharpened, his eyes narrowing. If this was true, our proposal is simple. Matthias began to hammer in the final nails. We will protect you all until the metamorphosis concludes. Unlike the Empire, we hidden families aren't restricted to third-dimensional entities, and we aren't fools who place our hope in garbage like technology. Once the fourth dimension descends, that bottleneck that has been keeping you and your warriors and mages from advancing all these years will break. Then, not only will you grow stronger, but the Empire will grow weaker. By then, you'll be on the same playing field as the rest of us. And the catch? Arthur asked with a raised eyebrow. It couldn't be simpler. Matthias said slowly. All we ask for is an exchange of knowledge. Your world's magic system. We would like to learn it. Arthur and the other ministers fell into silence. These conditions. They were very good. Mordred clenched her jaw, her gaze icy. She didn't spare a glance toward her father in the slightest. She wasn't surprised by the fact he would make a decision before even hearing her speak. It wasn't as though he had never disregarded her before. Are you done now? A sudden voice cut through the silence. Unexpectedly, it was the very same Lionel that had been the center of attention previously. Chapter 429. Lionel wasn't particularly angry at Matthias. Other than the time he ordered little Nana to bind him, an action that almost cost him a spot to enter the zone. His interactions with the man hadn't been all too bad. In fact, Matthias had even extended an invitation for him to join the Aderna family. The issue here was that Lionel wasn't in a very good mood, and having to listen to Matthias spin a fanciful tale Arthur and the others just gobbled up left him even angrier. Compared to the Empire, Lionel hated the hidden families several times more. Even if it wasn't Aina in particular that had suffered at their hands, he would be disgusted by their actions. Ostracizing a little girl and her father, killing that little girl's mother. And for what, exactly? Even to this point, Lionel wasn't exactly sure. But judging by the fact everyone else of the Brazinger had red hair and eyes while Aina did not, someone as intelligent as him could connect the dots. It was eugenics. Lionel had been surprised to see that all these families had the same eye and hair color initially, but after a while he came to understand just why this was. Eugenics was a set of beliefs that ascribed to the idea of maximizing the gene pool quality of a population of people. They did this by massacring those not like them and ensuring marriages between those who could guarantee quality children. There were cases like this in ancient Germany with the Nazis and those with blonde hair and blue eyes. There were cases like this from ancient America with white supremacists. There were cases like this from ancient Africa with. The list seemed endless and each instance was just as heart-wrenching as the last. The practice was sickening. Lionel had this sort of visceral reaction he couldn't even control when he thought about it. He couldn't imagine deciding a person's worth by the way that they looked. One might argue that it was more than skin deep for these hidden families. At least, compared to those ancient civilizations with disgusting practices, there was a tangible benefit to maintaining the purity of these families, that being their lineage factors. However, this didn't change Lionel's mind in the slightest. Hadn't Aina still awakened her lineage factor? Hadn't his two parents still managed to pass down their own to him? And even if they couldn't, so what? The worth of a person had to be measured by their strength? They couldn't have anything else worthy about themselves? They couldn't have anything else to give? The longer Lionel spent in this new world order, the more it disgusted him, and the more that budding feeling inside of him seemed to sprout and germinate. Matthias frowned upon hearing Lionel's words. "Kid," Matthias began, "though I'm thankful for the things you've done, this is a matter where I must represent all of our hidden families. Even if you'd like to be angry, keep it within. A lack of maturity won't help you in these negotiations." Matthias' words caused many to frown in Lionel's direction. His actions were indeed inappropriate considering the circumstances. Mordred's gaze flashed with a hint of worry before she shook her head and sighed internally. She had already given up on her father. There was no need for Lionel to continue to try to stay within the arbitrary lines of political correctness. Since it wouldn't get them anything regardless, she might as well let Lionel do as he pleased. Lionel nodded. "Painting me as a child who's in over my head is a good strategy. Maybe you could have used some of that intelligence before you were captured by Magus Aeliard. Or at the very least, you could have used some of your family's so-called great hidden strength." Matthias froze, a hint of rage flashing within his eyes. He had never done anything too wrongful to this child. He didn't know why he was being so hostile. In fact, originally, the red-haired man was supposed to take the forefront and speak. Matthias took over this job to hopefully blunt Lionel's potential aggressiveness. But what he had never expected was for it all to be meaningless. Lionel acted as though he didn't even recognize him. As expected, the expressions of the court ministers somewhat changed. It was only at that moment that they remembered that it had been Lionel who killed that traitor. In fact, Arthur hadn't recognized Matthias before because he was a puppet under Pope Margrave's control back then. But now that he thought about it, this was indeed that man. In an instant, all the bravado that Matthias had brought forth seemed to crumble. First impressions were everything. If the representation of this Aderna family couldn't even protect his own life without Lionel's interference, then how powerful could they really be? Mordred's eyes widened. Back then, she had been the one to fight the puppets the Aderna family members had become. She had almost forgotten this completely. Compared to Lionel's overwhelming strength back then, they were just average. Of course, that might have been due to the Margrave's puppeteering taking away their strength. but the fact that Margrave could enslave them at all spoke volumes. The situation is very simple, Lionel continued with a steady voice. Even if everything they said is true, you will still fall before the fourth dimension descends. They're only trying to prey on your ignorance. The hidden families might have higher dimensional beings, but none of them can come to help you. Entering a lower dimensional world from a higher is very difficult. And even if you manage to accomplish it, you will be forced to deal with all sorts of restrictions. If you aren't a native of the world you descend to, the restrictions are even fiercer. So at this very moment, these hidden families can only send out strength on the level of them. Lionel swept a glance over the four. At least on any sort of large scale. Yet they've said themselves that they don't rely on technology, which means that unlike the Empire, they don't have a method of bridging this gap in strength. But sure, if you want to hand over all your secrets in exchange for protection that won't last more than a week, please have at it. Lionel's voice plainly concluded before starting up again as though he had forgotten something amusing. Oh, and a reminder that I already comprehend everything about your magic system, more than even most in this room actually. So, you should ask yourselves whether you trust someone who wants something out of you more, or if you'll take the word of someone who's only here to help a friend. Lionel swept a pointed glance over Arthur. His meaning couldn't have been more clear. Will you choose benefits again this time? Or will you choose kinship? Chapter 430. Lionel's words hung over the royal court. They played like an indifferent, systematic dismantling of everything Mattias had tried to build up. It felt almost impossible. Yet every single one of his words were pointed and sculpted perfectly. Honestly, it was a far cry from what many of them expected. But how could they know Lionel's level of understanding when it came to human psychology? In fact, after he finished speaking, he didn't even feel the need to say anything else. He shifted his gaze from King Arthur and fell into silence. It was as though he didn't care about the result at all. He had said his piece, and whether or not Arthur wanted his help would be up to him. From anyone on the outside looking in, it was as though it was King Arthur who had come to Lionel for help rather than the other way around. But the truth was that in Lionel's mind, it was exactly like this. From Lionel's analysis, Camelot didn't stand a chance if they didn't follow his plans. If they were more fond of being destroyed and losing any semblance of status they once had, then Arthur could feel free to choose against him. At that moment, Guinevere's hand slipped into Mordred's, catching the latter off guard. The demon empress involuntarily trembled, and even hesitated as to whether she should pull her hand away. It was just a subtle action. Hardly anyone noticed, in fact. Even in such a silent royal court, the movement didn't make a sound. Still, there were four individuals this didn't escape. The young Prince Lionus, the King of Camelot, Arthur, Lionel himself, and finally the Knight of the Round Table, Lancelot. Lancelot's reflective blue eyes seemed locked onto the hands of the two women. From the outside, there wasn't any change to his expression in the slightest. But in his heart, a wild tsunami of emotions was swirling. Despite what some versions of the fairy tales might write, Lancelot had never shared a bed with Guinevere. As for the awkward interactions between he and Lionus, this was only because Lionus had found out how close his mother and Lancelot were getting and felt uncomfortable by the changes. Lionus held a deep reverence for his father. He hoped to one day be as valiant, and have his name resound in the ears of the people just as much as King Arthur did. So when he stumbled upon his mother having a midnight conversation with Lancelot, his heart, too, was filled with all sorts of complex emotions. He had listened in on their conversation back then for just a few minutes. On the surface, there wasn't anything sinister or immoral about what they spoke about. They conversed about the stars, their day, their hopes for the future. It was an innocent conversation without blemish, one that didn't carry any sense of infidelity in the slightest. But it was exactly this sort of conversation Lionus had never heard his mother exchange with his father. Despite being young then and still young even now, Lionus felt uncomfortable for reasons he couldn't put his finger on. It only made it worse that the reactions his mother and Lancelot had when they stumbled onto his eavesdropping were riddled with guilt. The three of them had a tacit understanding that day that what happened was wrong. Since then, Leonis had hardly spoken to his mother, and was incredibly awkward around Lancelot. At the same time, though, he never brought this up to his father either. The truth was that he couldn't decide whose side he was on. Back then, due to how much he worshipped his father, he felt an irrational hatred for his mother, causing him to pull away from her. But as he grew up, the image of his perfect father also seemed to crack, but by then, it was already too late to grow closer to his mother. Somewhere deep inside, Leonis knew. He knew that his mother and feelings for Lancelot. He knew that Lancelot had feelings for his mother. He knew that both of them knew they were wrong. But what he didn't know was how he felt about it. Seeing his mother grip his sister's hand in this way, he felt like this was a turning point. The relationship between his mother and father had been growing distant for a long time. He often felt like his birth was meant to mend what they had lost after his elder sister was driven away. But he was never quite able to fill that void. And now they were here. King Arthur's heart beat erratically. Choosing to side with Lionel meant giving up all the power he had ever known. Though Lionel painted a pretty picture, he would have to expel all thoughts of sovereignty he had in his bones. In the future, when he saw those of higher standing than himself, he would have to bow and politely greet them. In the future, when he wanted to direct the movement of his people, he would have to consider the opinions of others and swallow his grievances. In the future, when he swore loyalty to this Ascension Empire, he would have to kneel and lower his head, accepting another man as being his superior. Just thinking about these things tore Arthur apart. He was a legend, a young man who rose up despite not having his parents. He was the chosen heir of Merlin. He was the boy who pulled the sword from the stone. How could he kneel to another? How could he swallow his pride? How could they ask this of him? Arthur's hands trembled, grasping tightly to the arm rests of his throne. At that moment, an audible crack resounded. With a blank look, Arthur looked down to find that his strength had splintered the arm of his throne. For some reason, he couldn't take his eyes off of it. It was like the sound ricocheted throughout his soul. Arthur closed his eyes and sank back into his seat. He seemed tired, his lustrous blonde hair and radiant skin paling by several levels. Camelot will side with the Demon Empire. Chapter 431. Lionel raised his eyebrows, clearly having not expected Arthur to come to a decision so quickly. In fact, the most surprised were those from the hidden families. They had come here with a lot of confidence, and the only reason they hadn't interrupted during the extended silence was to give Arthur some space and respect. Negotiations were meant to be like a game of tug-of-war. A single volley of arguments should have never been enough to close the subject completely. They had expected Arthur to have some back-and-forth discourse with Lionel first before tracking back to them. Then they could try to rebuttal some of Lionel's views. But instead of any of that happening, King Arthur shut it all down from the beginning. In fact, he didn't even pause to have a conversation with his court ministers either. He just directly made the decision before them all. It was no surprise, then, that even the court ministers were shocked. The only one that didn't seem to have a violent reaction was Lancelot. He sighed deeply, closing his eyes. He sank back into his chair. "Hold on a moment, King, isn't this too rash?" Mattias' expression changed violently as he stood. "Please reconsider, there are still many matters I've yet to bring to the table. Though what the child said about us is partially true, it is not completely so. Even without technology, we have access to many mystical means far beyond what mere..." Arthur rose a hand, his eyes remaining closed. "That's enough. I've understood most things, but my decision remains the same. If you would like to stay as ambassadors to my kingdom, please feel free to do so. We will accommodate you appropriately." Mattias' expression froze. Were things really going to end just like that? How had they lost to a kid who barely spoke a few words? Unfortunately, Mattias didn't really understand the backstory of it all. There were too many versions of the King Arthur story. He was shocked enough that Mordred was a woman. He would have never guessed that she was also Arthur's daughter. These intricacies were all things that Lionel picked up by being front and center within Camelot. Of course, he also got a bit lucky by being placed within the same trial as Mordred as well. But regardless, these were all things outside of Mattias' grasp. Matthias didn't know what to say or how. Arthur's words were so final that any attempt he made to change them would come off as a sign of hostility. At that moment, Matthias felt a hand grasp onto his shoulder. He turned to find that it was the red-haired Brazinger clan member. In that case, we will be taking our leave. Arthur nodded lightly, and all the energy seemed to drain from him. Under a heavy silence, the 4 hidden family members walked away under the escort of several guards. Fuck! Matthias blasted a fist print into a thick tree. Despite his strength, the tree hardly swayed. But that didn't stop bark from flying in every which direction. Though he had hit it well before, Matthias was completely enraged by Lionel bringing up his capture. He had already suffered ample punishment from the family, but to also be berated in public and looked down upon for it. How could he not be enraged? It was no surprise that any one part of the hidden families that could be on Earth currently didn't have very high statuses. The only exceptions to these rules were the youths that had yet to mature. In comparison, Matthias and the others were just glorified babysitters. In order to display a stronger front, the older members were sent to negotiate. But Matthias had never expected to run into Lionel. Had he known, he would have allowed one of the others to speak even if the red-haired man of the Brazinger family didn't. The flicker of a lighter caught Matthias' attention. He looked over to see the red-haired man, lighting up a cigarette. Those things have been extinct for centuries, Laren. Keep that cancer smoke away from me. Matthias waved his hand, slapping the gray smoke away. The green-haired woman and the golden-eyed man stood to the side, feeling somewhat impatient. They were more peeved about the wasted trip than Laren seemed to be, and were wondering why they were standing in a forest instead of returning home. If you all are just going to stand here, I'm going to leave first. The woman spoke, pulling out a talisman. Hold on there, Zindi. What's the hurry? Laren spoke languidly. Zindi sneered. You seem quite relaxed for a man who was almost killed by a brat. Laren's gaze flashed with killing intent as he swept it over Zindi. Almost killed by who? Stop wasting my time, Laren. Have a good reason for stopping me, or I'm leaving right now. Zindi replied without fear. Laren continued to coldly glare at Zindi, as though he hadn't heard a word she said. All right. The blonde man stepped in. That's enough. I'm sure you had a reason for leading us here instead of letting us go home to report this, correct? The blonde man was known as Amaran. His words seemed to hold quite some weight, because instead of continuing to glare at Zindi, Laren took another long puff and exhaled slowly. You guys plan to go back and report a failure? Why? So that you can fall even more out of favor? What are you trying to say, Laren? Amaran's gaze narrowed. I'm saying that you're giving up too soon. Tucking your tails and running just because a fairy tale character told you no? Laren chuckled, taking another big puff. And what do you want us to do about it exactly? Zindi interjected. Matthias turned an eye toward Laren. Clearly he was interested as well. Didn't I already give you the answer? Laren smiled slyly. Do you get the impression from them that they understand that they're nothing but a bedtime story? The three's eyes widened as Laren continued. I noticed that Queen Guinevere was quite close to that demon empress in the courtroom. They were even holding hands at the end there like a pair of girl pals. I have a gut feeling that folk tale of a king only made such a decision because he sided with his wife. I wonder how he'd react if he knew, aside from being the legendary boy who pulled the sword from the stone, that he was just as legendary of a cuck? Chapter 432. Arthur stood and walked off, leaving the royal courtroom alone. One would have thought that he would bask in his decision, even try to reconnect with his wife and daughter immediately. Unfortunately, unlike Laren made it seem, this wasn't a fairy tale. People don't change immediately, neither can relationships fractured over several decades be repaired in a day. At this moment, Arthur was feeling quite desolate. Pride was a hard thing to overcome, especially when it was your own. Now, Arthur had to come to grips with the fact that he would not only be handing over something he had worked his whole life to build, but in doing so would have to act like he was grateful. It was a difficult thing for a man to set aside his pride. It was even more difficult for a king to do so. It was difficult to the point where even though Arthur knew that he stood at a diverging path, one facing his family and the other facing his kingdom, he still found this decision hard to swallow. The royal court remained silent. It was taboo for a king to display such emotion, and this could be the first time any of them had ever seen Arthur like this. Guinevere cast a glance toward Arthur's back, but she hesitated. Her gaze wanted to shift to another place, but she didn't dare to look. Their relationship had never borne any fruit, but Guinevere still felt all sort of complex emotions about it. Guilt, trepidation. But even those were accented by a budding sweetness and a freedom she hadn't felt in a long time. She couldn't help but feel like she had taken advantage of Lancelot's feelings to make herself feel better. Such a thing filled her with a swirl of thoughts she didn't know how to deal with. "Your Majesty." Lionel's sudden voice drifted to Guinevere's ears, stunning the queen. She had never interacted with Lionel before, and the start of such communication at this particular moment left her at a loss. If she was honest with herself, though she was grateful to Lionel, he was the last person she wanted to talk to now. However, Lionel's next words shook her to her core. "Go speak with him and be as open and honest as possible." Guinevere froze, her hand involuntarily tightening around Mordred's. Mordred, who had, of course, not been expecting this, look toward her mother. However, she couldn't hear Lionel's words at all. "It will be difficult," Lionel continued. "However, what Arthur needs the most now is your transparency. When a man loses everything, his family is his only pillar." Guinevere wanted to lash out at Lionel's words. However, she couldn't, not because she didn't have the mind to, but because she couldn't replicate Lionel's silent communication. This left her feeling overly stifled and her breathing even hitched, her grip tightening on Mordred's hand again. She was a queen. Maybe in some ways, the same pride that ran in Arthur's veins ran through her own. But it was even deeper than this. Anyone being confronted about such an intimate matter would react defensively first. This would be the case even if two people were close, let alone if they couldn't have been closer to strangers like Lionel and Guinevere. This, in addition to the fact Guinevere was a woman while Lionel was a man, all added to the fact she was a queen used to an unblemished and polished image. Guinevere felt a mixture of embarrassment, unwillingness, and unending grievances. As if all this wasn't bad enough, Lionel was a kid in Guinevere's eyes. What did he know about being a man? Such words coming from the mouth of a teenage boy felt like a bunch of flowery nonsense without substance. However, Lionel knew he had no choice but to continue to push. When Arthur made his decision, he felt that feeling again, that feeling that something was about to change. Spark lit in his mind, but he had no way of fully connecting them. He had no choice but to act on his instincts and hope for the best. "I know that hearing all of this from me fills you with feelings you don't know how to deal with. And I know that communicating with you in this way where you can't respond to me is even more stifling. I can't comfort you with any words outside of this. I only want you to know that I have the best interest of Camelot at heart. Have you wondered why it is I know about these things I shouldn't?" Lionel's final question caused Guinevere to freeze completely. All her anger vanished with the wind, a deep trepidation gripping her heart. "All I want you to ask yourself is if you would rather him hear it all from your lips, or find out through the words of another." Guinevere clenched her jaw, her eyes reddening. "M.O." Mordred's words paused before she finished them. Could she really still call Guinevere mother? She didn't know if she was ready for such a thing yet. But she had no idea just the start of her words snapped Guinevere back to reality. Guinevere looked toward where Arthur disappeared and back toward her daughter. "Mordred, Guinevere was completely flustered. She forgot about how she had addressed Mordred as Demon Empress all this time. A motherly tone involuntarily came from her. However, surprisingly, Mordred wasn't off-put by this. In fact, she seemed to understand something as she smiled lightly. "Go." Guinevere's eyes uncontrollably teared. If it wasn't for the court ministers having become lost in their own debates about the changes coming to Camelot, she would have instantly become the center of attention. There were two that did notice though. Her son was the first, and the second was Lancelot. Guinevere stood slowly, her hand still wrapped around her daughter's. She looked intently at Mordred as though making sure it was truly all right. She had already abandoned her daughter once, She couldn't stand the thought of doing it again. But seeing the reassuring gaze Mordred returned her back straightened, a certain determination lighting her beautiful eyes. She released Mordred's hand, a light smile on her face. Back straight, she walked toward the direction her husband left in. From start to finish, she didn't look toward Lancelot. She seemed to be using her actions to convey something profound. But ultimately it all led to the broken heart of a knight. Chapter 433. I think I will return now, Mordred said softly, motioning toward Krakos. From start to finish, the #1 demon lord hadn't said a word and had simply observed things. Though he received many looks and several auras were constantly locked onto him, the demon lord always remained calm, restraining his own. Lionel nodded lightly. He knew that Mordred had gone through a lot today. The wounds she had suffered in her past couldn't be cured so quickly, but Lionel felt content that they were going in the right direction. He and Mordred practically knew everything about one another. In many ways, Lionel felt that he was closer to her than he had ever been to James. Seeing her slowly coming back to her family left him feeling happy. What's with that smile? Mordred teased. Is Big Sis very beautiful? Lionel coughed, not knowing how to respond. But his predictable reaction left the demon empress giggling. Just as Mordred was about to turn to leave, Lionel suddenly spoke out. Demo. I take you to be one of my close friends now. I just wanted you to know that. Mordred's steps froze, looking back toward Lionel with surprise. Seeing those clear, pale green eyes and that handsome, charismatic smile, she felt her heart shudder. For some reason, she felt her tears well up in her eyes. She quickly dried them with a subtle use of force, not letting them fall. Then, just as quickly as she had almost cried, she smiled a charming smile. Big Sis has more to teach you about women. Rule #1 is to not make them cry. Mordred strolled away under the escort of several guards, clicking her tongue as though she was still reprimanding Lionel. But in response, Lionel only chuckled. You must be happy having such a beautiful friend, Aina's voice disrupted Lionel's mood, causing his coughing fit to return. It's fine, I'm pretty sure only likes women anyway. Lionel quickly recovered. So you mean that if she liked men instead you'd be happier? Lionel had been checkmated once again. He didn't know how all his insane thinking speed and people skills couldn't find him a path out of this. Luckily, he then heard Aina begin to giggle to herself, the soft bells of her laughter warming his heart. He didn't know when Aina got such a teasing side to her. The two sides Lionel knew were either the overly shy Aina, or the bloody killer Aina. What he didn't know was that Aina had no choice but to begin teasing Lionel like this. Before, it felt as though Lionel was always the one causing her to be flustered. Getting back at him now made her feel much better. Maybe even Aina herself didn't realize that in order to tease Lionel like this, she had to play into the fact they were a couple. Who knows how she'd react if she realized what her jokes meant. Lionel suddenly sighed, thinking back to Arthur and Guinevere. Do you think we'd ever grow apart like that? He suddenly asked. Aina froze. She hadn't even thought through herself what she felt for Lionel. She didn't even believe she had the time to think of such things now. Being presented so suddenly with such a loaded question left her not knowing what to say for a long time. Is it possible for you to grow distant from me? Aina asked a question back herself. Maybe deep down she was also afraid of such a possibility. Lionel had pursued her so doggedly for years. She couldn't help but admit to herself that she thought he would have given up on her a long time ago. During those days, her best friends were Yuri and Savon. Savon especially used to always say that men were just like that. They loved the chase, but the moment they got something, they would soon grow bored and leave it behind for other things. Though Aina never really took much of her rants seriously, she had to admit to herself that thinking of this might have subconsciously been one of the reasons. She also never tried to respond to Lionel. This had left her in a perpetual cycle where she never said yes, but also never said no. She never quite understood why Lionel was so infatuated with her. She hadn't been the most beautiful in their school, and now she was even further from that reality thanks to these scars. It was even possible that the reason she hadn't shut down Lionel's line of questioning like she would have usually done was precisely because she could no longer bury her curiosity. However, Lionel's response left her completely shaken. Yes. Yes, I could grow apart from you. Aina couldn't explain it, but she felt as though her whole world was collapsing at that very moment. Her mind swam, her vision even blurring. She hadn't expected a particular answer, but what she absolutely never expected was for a response to be able to flip her world upside down like this. The feeling was so real and undeniable that even she couldn't mistake what it was any longer. It hurt. Like a twisting knife at her heart, it tore her apart. Her vision blurred. But it was hard to tell if it was due to tears or if it was the foggy state her mind had entered. But Lionel continued. That's if and only if you stop trusting me. Aina's breath hitched and hiccuped like she couldn't hear Lionel at all. It felt as though she couldn't breathe enough air, as though there wasn't enough oxygen in the world. Every huff she took felt filled with smoke. Aina. Lionel frowned, gripping onto Aina's hands. In her panicked state, she tried to shake Lionel's arms off her. She used such force that Lionel was almost thrown across the room. But he held onto her tightly, gripping the sides of her face and forcing her to look at him. By this point, Lionel had already put up a light refraction spell. He hadn't expected Aina to react so violently, but the last thing she needed now was to be seen by others. Aina struggled, but Lionel didn't let her slip away. Aina. Lionel's deep, rumbling voice seemed to finally cut deep enough, shaking Aina out of her panicked state. I am a person who severs his emotions easily when I find a logical reason to do so. The only reason it was hard for me to kill for a long time was because I felt my life was worth the same as anyone else's. So, why should I kill them just for me to survive? Sometimes I even fear that one day I really will feel that I am better than others and will no longer have a reason to hold back. However, at the same time, for a very long while, I believed that my mother had abandoned me. Since the day I drew that conclusion, I never thought of her, dreamed of her, or pined after her. The more Lionel spoke, the more Aina seemed to calm down. The rushing tides of her heart slowed to a normal ebb and flow, her breathing slowly returning to normal. Lionel eased his hands away, his gaze becoming much more gentle. I know that you have a heavy burden on your heart. All I want you to know is that I'm here to bear it with you. I just want you to trust me, lean on me. Never go off on your own and do something stupid, because I will not come to save you. Do you understand me? Aina's pupils trembled. Where were the words of romance? Where were the talks of running through the fires of hell and smashing the gates of heaven to make it back to her? But no, these weren't the words that Lionel spoke. As long as you trust me, place your whole faith in me, lean on me like I will lean on you. If you can do this, I swear on my life that I will never leave your side. The tears in Aina's eyes could no longer be held back. They fell like an endless flood. This time she knew exactly why her vision had blurred. And maybe it was exactly because her vision blurred that she couldn't react in time. Before she knew what was happening, she felt something hot and heavy press over her lips. Her heart seemed to explode. Feelings she had never felt before kept bubbling forth. Warmth, sweetness, anxiousness. As though butterfly wings had spread within her chest, she felt like she was floating on a cloud. Author's note below, December 9th, 21. Chapter 434. It wasn't the most romantic kiss as kisses went. In the stories, the couple would be on a hill by a setting sun, or beneath the rain and awashed in emotions. But there was no beautiful scenery to be seen. In fact, with a look around, there was nothing but a bland royal court still suffused with a heavy atmosphere. In the stories, maybe some loving words would have just been said. But Lionel had just finished with telling Aina that he had no intention of saving her if she went off and did something stupid on her own. In the stories, the female lead would be gorgeous and flawless. But Aina was still scarred. Even as he kissed her, Lionel could feel the imperfections running across her lips. Still, even with all of this said, Lionel felt as though he was on the top of the world. To veterans of love, Lionel had barely given Aina a peck on the lips. But to him, it felt as though he had conquered the world. It felt better than anything he had ever experienced before. No game he had ever won, no battle he had ever claimed victory in, no complicated thought he had ever finished could match up to the euphoria he was experiencing now. It was only when Lionel sensed his hastily put up, light refraction, spell wavering that he retreated despite his reluctance. However, his actions allowed him to see a scene he would never forget. Aina still sat on her chair, her legs swung in his direction. But her two hands were over her heart, one balled into a fist and the other wrapped around it. They pressed against her chest as though she was trying to stop her heart from escaping. Her lips were slightly separated and trembling, her breathing wild and erratic. A blush traveled up from her neck and through her face, not missing even her trembling eyelids that still hung closed. Though she only remained in this position for a fraction of a moment, Lionel's burned the image into his mind, even down to the way she slightly leaned forward as though subconsciously asking for more. Aina awoke from her stupor, the flash of crimson across her face and neck deepening by several shades. Aina's words stuttered. Lionel grinned like a madman, the deep, rumbling cadence of his heart making his emotions clear. You can't deny that you like me now, right? Aina was speechless. She stood up quickly, wanting to run away. But this time Lionel grabbed onto her wrist. Don't run anymore. Okay? Lionel's grin faded and his tone softened. Aina's chest heaved, her breath feeling short once again. But seeing the look in Lionel's eyes made her shudder, a wave of guilt overwhelming her. She took deep breaths, allowing Lionel to lightly hold onto her wrist. She looked down at him from her standing position, her gaze a wild mix of emotions. But Lionel's own remained steady, like a pillar waiting for her to lean on it. Oh, Aina nodded almost imperceptibly, her voice as quiet as the wings of a butterfly. Lionel smiled. It was no longer a wild grin, but it had a level of peace to it that made Aina almost start shedding tears again. Lionel rose to his full height. The way he almost cast a shadow over Aina made her oddly feel at peace, the erratic beat of her heart finally slowing to a crawl. Lean on me from now on, all right? Aina looked up as Lionel stroked her hair. For some reason, she no longer felt shy or apprehensive. She even felt quite calm. She nodded almost imperceptibly again. For the first time in a long while, Lionel felt relaxed. Standing here like this as though they were in their own world despite everything going on around them felt like a remedy to all that had ailed him. Since the metamorphosis began, he had lost contact with his only family, he had lost his home, he had constantly been on the run or in a perpetual state of battle. Ironically, the first time he truly got any semblance of rest was while he was negotiating for peace on Mordred's behalf. But now, he had found a self-sustaining peace. He felt that no matter where he was or what he was doing, even if he was in the midst of blood and war, as long as she was by his side, he would never feel so lost again. You know, people say that all the emotions one put into something never paid off when you truly received it. Athletes spent their whole lives working toward becoming the best of the best, but after winning it all once, it never quite felt the same afterward. The richest men and women in the world devote themselves to growing their net worth to heights still yet unseen, but no matter how much they make, it will never feel as good as the first 100,000 they made. This seemed to just be human nature. Yet even after Lionel spent 5 years chasing Aina, even as their relationship slowly became closer over the last year, he swore to himself that none of it could compare to this moment. It couldn't be described as a tsunami of emotions, but could rather be summarized in a single word: contentment. When Lionel pulled himself out of his languid daze, he grinned once again. You know, we have yet to have our first date as a newly minted couple. Aina was shocked awake by Lionel's words. She wanted to refute, but couldn't seem to find the words to. She had already promised not to run away any longer, but she was shocked by the sudden labeling of their relationship. Lionel's grin only grew wider. I don't think we should have a normal first date, though. Wouldn't that be too boring? A picnic or a stroll at the park doesn't really suit us, don't you think? Aina raised her brows, her amber irises almost reflecting gold as she looked toward Lionel. She seemed to understand what he was getting at. What better first date for us than a date to kill? Lionel's grin suddenly became somewhat sinister. Chapter 435. Laren, Zindi, Matthias, and Amarin still hadn't left. How could they? They were waiting for a proper opportunity. The truth was that although Laren's plan was excellent, executing it would be far more difficult. It wasn't as though they could just plop a bunch of novels and movies in front of King Arthur and expect him to read and watch them all. Whether he even would was one matter, but by the time he did it would probably already be too late. Who cared if Arthur threw a fit after Camelot had already been assimilated by the Empire? By then, they could just send someone to kill him with ease, and it wouldn't matter in the slightest. Our best bet is most definitely an illusion specialist. It will be difficult finding one strong enough to cause him to fall, and even more expensive, but it will be worth it. It's the most seamless option we have. The four of them seemed to all agree with this. King Arthur's strength was something they looked down upon initially, until they were in the same room as the man. They couldn't deny the pressure he placed on them. It was undeniable. Not a bad plan. The four were stunned. If these words had been spoken by one of them, it would be fine. The issue was that it most definitely hadn't been. And to make things worse, they recognized the voice it was spoken by as well. Lionel slowly walked out of the forest, causing the four to be shaken. How had they not heard his approach until just now? That was impossible. Amarin's gaze narrowed, his golden eyes piercing toward Lionel. Unfortunately, before they could focus too much on Lionel, another, much louder set of footsteps caught their attention. They spun around, only to find Aina walking forward with a great sword dragging in her hands across the forest floor. Compared to the flustered girl she had been just a while prior, her current cold expression seemed worlds apart. Yip, yip. A little mink dashed along the tree branches, appearing from a third direction. Lionel, what do you think you're doing? Matthias could no longer hold back his temper. Lionel had already infuriated him enough once, but this blatant provocation was too much for any human to handle. Do you understand what you're doing, kid? Zindi cut in, her green eyes locking onto Lionel. Enlighten me. Instead of taking these words as an opportunity, the four hidden family members only grew more enraged toward Lionel's response. They didn't want to have to explain themselves to a child, and it seemed even more pathetic to do so. Those who had strength didn't need to speak, they could just do. They didn't have to convince anyone of anything. No takers? Lionel almost pouted in disappointment. Truthfully, he was looking forward to learning more about these hidden families. Other than seeing their hair color, he knew nothing else about them. Well, he did know a bit about the Brazinger family's lineage factor thanks to Aina. But this was about it. Lionel shook his head. I'll give you two options. The first option is to surrender. Allow us to escort you to a holding cell within Camelot until negotiations are complete. After this, we will release you and you can go about your business. The second is to battle. Should you do this, however, you will definitely die. Lionel didn't add any flowery words of encouragement or any coercion in the slightest. He simply laid out the facts as they were. These four had no idea, but they were facing two opponents who had already stepped into the fourth dimension. Not only had Aina done so, but the little mink had done so as well. On top of that, there was Lionel, whose ability was already at the pinnacle of the fifth dimension, and was supported by a mind within the fourth. With only four of them, they simply stood no chance. The truth was that Lionel suspected that Amarin had already stepped into the fourth dimension. He could tell simply by observing him that he was different from the other three. But Lionel didn't believe that this would make a large difference. Still, Lionel made a mental note that he needed to understand more about the fourth dimension. Because he didn't have the latter portions of dimensional cleanse, he was flying in the dark about how the power systems of the fourth dimension functioned. As such, he found it difficult to scan the stats of someone within this dimension. However, Lionel's gut feeling told him that the combination of Aina and the little mink was more than enough to deal with this golden-haired man. As for the other three, they were his. So which choice will you make? Lionel brandished his bow, his demeanor calm and collected. The four began to sweat. This wasn't just a problem of facing the three before them. The main issue was that they were still in enemy territory. Defeating these brats was one thing, but what if Camelot mobilized an army? What would they do then? They didn't feel that these three were stupid enough to come without requesting any sort of backup assistance. Right? They couldn't have? Lionel's lip curled into a smile. The most important thing about applying pressure on a person wasn't how much you applied, but when you applied it. If you used all your tactics immediately on a strong-minded individual, they would all fall flat. But if you simply poked at someone when they were in their most fragile state, they would collapse like a house of cards. Lionel pointed toward the green-haired lady. You have a lineage factor that has great synergy with plants. In your mind, you're probably undefeatable in a forest facing opponents like us, right? You're probably even more confident than a usual member of your family, because your ability is in great hardened ability that reinforces the chemical structure of objects to make them tougher than the strongest diamonds and the best alloys. Is that right? Quite a great synergy of your abilities. Would be quite a hassle to deal with a flood of vines all harder than the sharpest swords. Zindi shuddered, the subtle movements she had made to control the vegetation in the surroundings coming to a grinding halt. Lionel's smirk deepened, pointing toward Matthias. And you? Chapter 436. Your lineage factor is quite interesting. A defensive type lineage factor that relies on the fluidity of your body. Is that right? Your ability is a C-grade sharpened sight ability that also synergizes well with your lineage factor. I'm sure you're good at hand-to-hand combat, commendable. Lionel spoke with a smile, his demeanor relaxed. There's also you. Lionel continued. Your light elemental lineage factor is quite intriguing, focusing on your attack strength, I'm sure that pairing that with your fifth-dimensional wind elemental ability helps you quite a bit, right? Amaran's gaze narrowed further. Lionel's words had subtly revealed the fact he was quite aware of his strength, yet still dared to stand here. Among those here, he was the only one with an ability that touched the realms of the fifth dimension, or so he thought. But now that Lionel was speaking so nonchalantly, he wasn't confident in this matter any longer. Was this brat more dangerous than he originally thought? And you? Lionel's smile faded, his gaze locking onto Laren, the red-haired Brazinger family member. Your lineage factor is related to your blood and your bodily strength. As for your ability, it's of the S grade and only gives you perfect recall of events. Is that right? Lionel's cheerfulness had completely vanished. Even as a method of applying pressure, he couldn't stand to continue putting up such a facade for a man from that family. So what is your choice? Lionel continued coldly. The pressure was palpable. In this world, one of the most protected secrets of a person was their ability. When it came down to a crucial moment, what an opponent did or didn't know about your ability could decide your life and death. The simple truth was that abilities came in all shapes and sizes. And, even if by some miracle two people received two near-identical abilities, the methods by which they used them could be strikingly different. In a fictional world, everyone had set and predictable patterns that could be used to follow an opponent's intentions in the midst of battle. But in the real world, a burly man could just as easily bring out a strong wind affinity. A person with a strong fire lineage factor could easily be born with a water elemental ability. It was even possible for a close combat specialist to be even better in the long range simply due to an ability they were born with. So one could imagine how it might feel to have your abilities displayed so grandly. And not only that, but for their lineage factors to be exposed as well. Almost any thoughts they had of surprise or trickery vanished. It was at that moment that Laren suddenly began to laugh. You know, all this time I was wondering why it was you hated me so much. Laren's laughter grew, his blood boiling. So that's why. I get it. Lionel calmly weighed his black bow in his hands, his gaze never leaving the four before him. Laren's gaze turned toward Aina and his laughter only grew. Brats, I have nothing to do with the matters of all those years ago. I'm not sure why you're targeting me for the actions of a few. Those people you want to kill me for only treat me slightly better than the piece of dirt they see those of impure blood as. Laren's gaze reddened. Clearly, he was feeling indignant. His feelings made sense for the most part. He obviously didn't receive very great treatment from the family. Maybe it was because his talent wasn't as great, maybe it was because his ability didn't have very great offensive prowess, or maybe it was because he didn't have much backing within the family itself. Regardless of the reason, being targeted because of the actions of someone you didn't like very much to begin with wasn't a pleasant feeling. Of course, Laren remembered Aina. Lionel had just described his ability as perfect recall. It could be said that the only reason he didn't recognize Aina immediately was because it had been almost 2 decades since he last saw her from afar. In fact, it wasn't even Aina's looks. No, what he remembered was the exact pattern of the scars drawn across her face. This was his perfect recall at work. How could 2 women have the exact same pattern of scars? Lionel's gaze narrowed at Laren's words, but he still nodded slightly. Even though he wanted to reject Laren's words due to his own bias, he knew that not accepting such a thing and hating him just because of the family he came from would make him no different from the Brazinger family. Like I've said already, if you want to live, then just surrender yourselves. I'll release you all just the same. And you expect me to believe that? Do you have a choice? Do you really think we came here alone? The only reason the others haven't closed in is because there's no need to risk innocent lives when it could all be resolved by us. But if you force us to act, even if by some miracle you manage to defeat the 3 of us, there'll be a world's kingdom waiting to deal with you. Laren and the others shuddered. The only one who still managed to remain a semblance of calm was Amaran. After a long while, Amaran sighed. Kids are getting more and more brazen every day. We asked you if you really knew what you were getting into before, but the question still remains the same. Are you sure you know what you're getting into? Lionel shook his head. Seems you're the one still not getting it. Sir Lancelot. At that moment, the clanking of armor sounded. Amaran's confident expression finally changed. In the seemingly quiet forest, the sound of unsheathing blades and rattling chainmail rebounded through the greenery. Somehow, without their knowledge, an entire troop of knights had surrounded them from all directions. At this point, Amaran realized he had been played. Though Lionel was maybe confident in defeating them all, doing so while also preventing them from having enough time to activate their talismans to return to Earth would have been too difficult. So he stalled for time. Now where would they go? Chapter 437. Lionel watched as the 4 were escorted away. He felt better than he thought he would. Being able to resolve things with his words again rather than his fists left him feeling light. Well, technically he still relied on strength this time around. If it wasn't for his vastly improved method of using Camelot's mage art magic system, it would have been impossible for him to hide so much movement from them all. This was especially considering Laren's perfect recall ability. If there was even a single blade of grass out of place, he likely would have been seen through. Still, Lionel was happy. He didn't have anything to complain about. He could only hope that the negotiations the Empire went as smoothly. Unfortunately, Lionel could only be hopeful about this. The power imbalance between the Empire and them, even if Camelot and the Demon Empire came together, was too large. He obviously couldn't use bully tactics as he had just done if this was the case. Are you sure we'll be able to hold him? A sudden voice cut into Lionel's thoughts. When he looked over, he found Lancelot's figure beside him. Lancelot was wearing the same smile he always did. His mood seemed great. But Lionel was quite aware that much of this was a facade. A leader of men didn't always have the luxury of wearing his heart on his sleeve. This was a curse that it seemed both Lancelot and Arthur were afflicted with. Lionel nodded. The restrictions I placed on him are modified 3-star Magus arts. Though they're not able to stop him completely, it will take him some effort to break them even if he goes all out. My estimate sits at 7 seconds. By the time he breaks it, he'll already be aware, and that time is enough for me to activate the teleportation key I hid on him. Lancelot nodded with some assurance, his smile as bright as ever. About these negotiations, Lionel. I'm curious about this Ascension Empire, and what joining them means for Camelot. Lionel sighed. The Ascension Empire is just like any other. Its main focus is growth, expansion and holding on to its power. In the past, what mattered most was your talent, and now what also matters most is still your talent. In truth, I wouldn't say that it's any different from Camelot. The only difference is that compared to being at the top like you are now, you will have to fight to hold such a position again. Lionel swept a glance toward Lancelot, half expecting him to defend Camelot and speak words about how much they loved their people and other similar things. In truth, Lionel was being quite kind to Camelot. Compared to the Empire, Camelot treated its lesser-thans far worse. At least on the surface, anyway. Lionel would never forget that the Empire allowed billions to die just so that it would be easier to deal with invalid tides. In fact, much of the reason Lionel didn't run into an invalid despite the early stages Earth was in was precisely because of this. Other worlds in similar positions would have to spend centuries fighting against invalids. By the time they established themselves, their worlds would have to be separated in safe and unsafe zones. But by killing so much immediately, Earth never had to deal with this problem. And with the exception of the oceans where humans couldn't normally reside anyway, everywhere else was still reasonably safe. Sometimes Lionel couldn't help but wonder how much of the invention of Paradise Islands were about land shortage, and how much was a plan for this all along. I see. Lancelot nodded, not a hint of derision on his face. I hope they will be better at finding talents than we have been. Lancelot smiled somewhat sadly, a slight crack showing in his usual facade. I didn't have an opportunity to say it before, but am sorry for what happened to you. To think that you would also be our savior as well, how ironic. Lionel gave a slight chuckle. I can't take credit for that, it wasn't intentional. In truth, I did it mostly to save my own life. It's just that my selfishness happened to help others. Selfishness, huh? Lancelot sighed, his blue irises dimming somewhat. It's unfortunate that selfishness isn't always possible, and selflessness isn't always rewarded. Lionel remained silent for a long while before finally speaking. Selflessness can only be rewarded after selfishness has finished taking everything it wants first. After that, the selfless can only find time and space to heal. Lancelot froze. He looked toward Lionel's side profile, his pupils visibly trembling. Was it just a coincidence? Lionel's words seemed to resonate with Lancelot's soul. Time and space to heal. At that moment, the ground beneath their feet began to shake. Lionel's gaze sharpened. It's here? That was enough? All this time, Lionel had felt a feeling tugging at the back of his mind. However, his dreamscape didn't seem capable of finding the answer. So Lionel did it himself. Lionel's mind was even more powerful than maybe even he himself knew. The more he thought about it, the more possibilities he crossed off. The more he realized that there was only one possible explanation left. The zone quests hadn't ended yet. Camelot had already become a part of true history, and Lionel had already saved King Arthur from a fate of death. If he could just resolve the love triangle, everything would be perfect. But there was one issue with this. Lionel couldn't possibly kill Mordred, let alone the fact that he wouldn't have the heart to do so. Even if he didn't know her so well, they were now intimately acquainted. To Lionel, killing Mordred would feel no different from killing any one of his teammates. He couldn't bear it. But that moment when he called Mordred his friend, something clicked. Zones were not a game, so their quests didn't exist just for the sake of existing. The quests were in place as guides to those who entered, allowing them to help along the resolution of the zone as a whole. This was a simple matter. Lionel had long since learned as much during his time within the Joan Zone. What did all of this mean then? It meant that the quests themselves were not as important as the function they served. Saving King Arthur, resolving the love triangle, killing Mordred, making King Arthur a part of true history. What did all of these quests have in common? It was all about resolving Arthur as a person, helping him to complete his character arc. Oftentimes it was difficult for someone who had been wronged to forgive. There was definitely a timeline of events where Mordred would never forgive her father, and even choose to continue her attempts to kill him. When a person is too far gone, despite how tragic their pasts might be, the crudest way to deal with them would be to kill them. In such a reality, Arthur would mourn the loss of his daughter with his wife and son, while Lancelot, being the good man that he is, would take a step back and allow the family to come together. In such a way, Mordred's death would become the catalyst to truly heal Arthur of his ailments. But what if Mordred didn't choose that path? What if she was all right with reconnecting with her family? What if she made the first friend she ever had? In such a case, wouldn't it fulfill the same requirements as her death would have? The savior of King Arthur. The manifestation of Camelot. The resolution of the love triangle. The death of Mordred. The sound of shattering glass resounded throughout the small moon as the world continued to tremble. Lionel felt his heart suddenly thrum to life. It wasn't just him, but every citizen of Earth's world felt the very same way at that exact moment. It was then Lionel understood what his actions meant. Earth was evolving into a fourth-dimensional world. However, Lionel expected what happened next even less. Chapter 438. It had been several weeks since the disappearance of Lionel and Aina. By now, those who had spectated the Brave City trials were well aware that these two youths would not have to participate. Of course, many had an understanding of exactly what this meant. For these two to be personally escorted by the overseers and then disappear, there was a high likelihood that both Lionel and Aina were given the rights to directly enter Valiant Heart Mountain. Unfortunately, there was nothing the others could do about this. Without a choice, they could only continue to follow the proceedings, hoping to gain a spot for themselves. Still, this was the real world. Hopes and dreams couldn't be manifested at will. Nor could strong desires make one more talented or wield more power. The so-called geniuses of terrain fell one after another beneath the trials, and it very much seemed as though this would be a repeat of every other year prior, where not a single person was selected. However, it was exactly then that a young man stood out. The story of Anared Kefir, the heir to the Kefir City Lord title, was quite an interesting one. Since his youth, he had always been known as the genius of terrain just as much as he had been known for his insane tendencies. He was a man who protected his little sister to a fault, and was even quite protective of his little sister's best friend as well, though she could be a bit of a ditz. However, the truth was that Anared had always been within the realm of understanding for those of terrain. Though he was lauded and praised, he was ultimately just one of a long line of geniuses that wouldn't amount to much at all in the dimensional verse. Terrain was too small, the talents it could produce were too weak, and the starting point of those talents it did manage to produce were too low. With these shackles on his future progress, Anared participated in the last Brave City trial. Without suspense, just like all those who came before him, he failed. The memory was still quite vivid in the eyes of those who had witnessed it all. There were a total of 8 trials to complete. In order to be accepted into Valiant Heart Mountain as the lowest tier disciple, it was necessary to pass at least the 4th. But back then, Anared only managed to make it halfway through the second trial. The trial was a sea of wooden puppets. The only task was to make it from one side of the room to the other, but for so many, it was a trial they would never pass. As a mere king back then, Anared scratched and clawed, his eyes a furious shade of red. Even when he was forcefully pulled out of the trial by the overseers at that time, his gaze was still wholly focused on the goal ahead of him. He looked like he would rather die than not make it to the other side. It was impossible to tell what his motivation was. Who could read the mind of a madman? Did he just want to get stronger? Did he have something to protect? Something he wanted to accomplish? No one knew. But those red eyes and the way he clung to the broken hilt of his sword was seared into the minds of all those who watched that day. After failing the trial, it became hard to hear of Anared again. All people knew was that he went off to travel for several years, even missing the next entry to Brave City. Many thought he had given up due to that. But no one blamed him. He was a talented young man who went to see the world, and even managed to come back with a beautiful wife. There was no doubt that Era was a preeminent beauty of terrain. Not only this, but she also had the refined demeanor of a lady. But what no one expected was for Anared to participate in this one as well. Not only for him to succeed, but for him to completely outperform his previous limitations. Many thought that Anared was at most on par with the other emperors. In fact, due to the way he reacted when the other emperors came to apply pressure to his sector, many confirmed this belief. But once again no one could get a read on the thoughts of a madman. He crossed the third trial and faced the fourth. Many emperors of the past had reached this level, but could never clear it. It was a trial that tested one's movement speed and flexibility, a death obstacle course of swinging blades and shadow-hidden assassins. Yet, Anared crossed it with ease. With a sword in his hand, his movements became like flowing water. Even as the other emperors failed at this step, he crossed into the fifth trial, then the sixth. In the end, under the astonished gazes of all those around him, Anared made it through the seventh, and almost all the way through the eighth before he was forced to stop. Beaten and bloodied, he stood on the final eighth floor, the jagged bladed axe of a giant having stopped just before his neck. Even at that moment, a defiant look blazed within his eyes. He kept looking up at the giant as though he still wanted to hack it to pieces. It was clear to anyone who saw him that he was still unsatisfied with his result. Xyler watched on from afar, his hands tightly gripped around his broken spear shaft. He hadn't even been able to pass through the first trial. No amount of fire in his gut, or will in his soul could help him overcome his lack of talent at the moment. All sorts of complex feelings shook his core as he watched Anared proceed to where no one of Terrain had ventured before. It was as though watching Anared do it gave him even more determination to do it himself. He too would reach that level one day, he too would shock everyone with a single feat. Chapter 439. Anared calmly received his spatial ring, the sword hovering to his back still singing. It was clear that his battle intent was still roaring, but there was no longer a trial to face. He had failed to clear the final hurdle. After a few words from the overseers, everyone was ejected from Brave City. Another round had come to an end. It would be several more years until Brave City opened up its tall, bloodthirsty gates once again. Days later, within the Kefir family city lordship, a meeting was taking place. But, if those who understood the relations between the city lords saw this meeting, they would be shocked out of their wits. Not only was the forever lone wolf black family city lord present, but even the Swan family city lord who had always butted heads with the Kefir family was present. To make matters more shocking, this was just one of the usually estranged or clashing relationships in the room. City lords from all over Terrain were gathered, each one with a complicated network of relationships with those around them. Yet, each and every single one of them had set aside their differences to appear at this meeting. The setting was a room reserved for grand banquets. Elaborate chandeliers hung in the air, long tables that extended for tens of meters seated those numbering in the several dozen, while the decorations were designed to impress. Though this wasn't the most appropriate location for such a meeting, it was the only place that could house so many important characters. It wasn't that there were hundreds of city lords on Terrain. In fact, there were only a dozen. The main issue was that none of these city lords, due to what was at stake, would want to appear here unguarded and unprotected. The luck of it was that since these city lords had brought their entourages to Brave City in the first place, they wouldn't draw the attention of those they wanted to hide their actions from. In fact, the fact they had all appeared in such a large banquet rather than slinking off sneakily made this even less of a matter to pay attention to. Of course, there was one other big reason this would work despite how foolish it was. They all had a reason to attend this banquet. And that reason was provided to them by the success of Anared Kefir. City Lord Kefir stood from his hosting position, a confident smile on his face. Even his full beard couldn't hide the grin on his lips. "You all know the rules." These were the first words the city lord said. As for what the rules were, only they knew that. "Since my son has met the goal we all set, I will be taking the lead of this operation as previously agreed upon. I hope that there would be no rejections to this, right?" The banquet hall remained silent. They weren't fools. They knew that anyone who rocked the boat now would be immediately executed, city lord or not. It was precisely because of how volatile this seemingly genial atmosphere was that they all brought their guards despite the lack of secrecy that could cause. It was only with the status provided by Anared that they could execute this operation with less worries. As such, it was only right the Kefir family took the lead. It was just unfortunate that none of their own heirs could have the same accomplishments. Hearing such words, The various guards and lesser vassals of the city lords looked around in confusion. What they didn't know was that the so-called rules were exactly in place to cause this sort of vagueness and unassuredness. This operation had been being planned for years. Actually, it was more accurate to say that it had been decades. In all this time, this was the very first instance in which all the city lords had come together. In fact, this was the very first time they all had a direct line of communication with one another. Other than City Lord Kefir, the others hadn't even been sure that all the city lords would participate. It was only now that they were all certain that everyone was on board. But it was exactly this secrecy and this slyness that gave the city lords confidence. There were eyes and ears everywhere, especially in this era of abilities. It could be said that City Lord Kefir had proved himself. Even if Anared had failed, they would have still elected him to be the leader of this operation. This operation was too important to them. It could be said that even in the case of Anared failing, they would have moved forward regardless. When it came to matters of life and death and the futures of their coming generations, they had to be prepared. Good. I want everyone to be ready to move out within the month. The month quickly came and went. The city lords had been prepared to move out any day for the last 5 years already, let alone being prepared within a month. They had long since primed themselves. Among these 12 city lords, there were 4 women. And among these women, there was one with a very complicated relationship with City Lord Kefir. Though the common people didn't dare to spread rumors about city lords, what was to stop the city lords themselves from doing so? It was said that in their youth, this City Lord White was once a lover of City Lord Kefir. However, for whatever reason, City Lord Kefir married another who gave birth to his current son and daughter. According to the rumors, City Lord White visited the Kefir city lordship just once in the last 30 years. And it was said that she brought a baby along with her back then. But when she left, that baby was no longer on her person. Regardless of whether those rumors were true or not, City Lord White had long since returned to her city. The thoughts of all those years ago had long since been thrust from her mind. Chapter 440. City Lord White sat in an office, a map spread out across her desk. She had long since memorized its contents, but due to a sudden change that happened a while ago, she wanted to ensure that she had it all imprinted into her mind. The city lord was quite unique in comparison to other women of terrain. It was very rare to find technologically advanced places like Earth, and thus even rarer to find equality amongst men and women, at least in low-level worlds. Technology acted as an equating factor between men and women. The strength of a man meant less if a woman could simply pull out a gun and deal with a threat just as easily as he could. In low-level worlds like terrain, the awakening of abilities didn't have much time to create a balance between the sexes like technology could. This was all to say that in terrain and worlds like it, having women in positions of power was a rarity. And finding women like City Lord White was even a level more rare. City Lord White had exceptionally short-cut white hair. Her demeanor was quite valiant, and she chose to wear black robes accented by white flexible armor. Everything from the way she sat and spoke seemed to exude a masculine air. Even her handwriting was boisterous, purposeful, and bold. She was quite tall, especially for a woman. She stood at over 6 feet, but this didn't dampen her figure in the slightest. Her hips were wide and her bosom was bountiful. At that very moment, seemingly without reason, City Lord White froze. She stood, a sadistic grin on her face. Her face even became somewhat flushed as though she was excited. She touched a spatial bracer on her right arm. Her gaze only grew more excited after pulling out a talisman glowing with a blinding light. It was finally time. Bang. She smashed a fist against her large desk, splitting it in half and kicking its pieces out of her way. Her hand swept forward and snatched out the map before it could fall to the ground, carelessly tossing it into her spatial bracer. "Someone get me my Clara. Now." Her booming voice shot over White City. An impossibly vast aura shot out from the city lord's body. The result was a city that fell into immediate silence. It didn't matter if it was a noble or a humble street vendor. They all felt their knees buckle. The city lord's mansion began to glow. City Lord White kicked down the door of her office. To the side of the now broken opening, A patient secretary with her hands respectfully clasped before her sent a glance toward the flying door, and didn't seem to react very much at all. City Lord White turned toward the secretary, a bloodthirsty light in her eye. It was difficult to tell if she was excited, enraged, or in heat. "Naya, give me my Clara. We're moving out." "Yes, City Lord." The secretary bowed politely. With a small clap of her hands, a light appeared in the secretary's hands and slowly expanded. Eventually, when that light dimmed, all that was left was a monstrosity of a weapon. It had a polearm of 2.5 meters long alone. But the true shock was its head. It was a hammer, but even calling it so seemed to not do it justice. The head had 2 massive blunt ends that shimmered like the surface of a mirror. Each head just under a meter in diameter each, easily matching more than half the size of most bodies. City Lord White snatched this massive weapon from Naya's hands. "Ah, Clara, Clara, Clara. We're going to taste blood again." Clara seemed to react to these words too, a shimmering light racing across its polished surface. City Lord White strolled down the hallways of her mansion, wantonly swinging Clara around, and not giving a damn about the damage. Naya could only follow quickly behind, calmly taking note of all the newly created holes, and sending out orders for repair. The two quickly made their way out of the mansion, every one of City Lord White's steps causing the ground to sway and tremble. The head of City Lord White's mansion was completely unlike what one would expect. While others would pave the way for vehicles or decorate with elaborate gardens, the front of the White Mansion was a military field. On this military field, tens of thousands of warriors had already gotten into formation. They all stood ramrod straight, their chests sticking out with pride. "Hi." The instant City Lord White appeared, a collective breath was taken as the army roared as one. The crisp sound of shifting clothing pierced through the soul as they saluted in unison, crossing their hands over their hearts. City Lord White stood atop the stairs of her mansion, her smothering aura towering into the skies. Bang! The butt of her massive weapon smashed against the ground, causing waves of trembling earth to spread in every direction. To her back, Naya continued to stand, her hands clasped together respectfully. The importance of this battle wasn't lost on any of them. This was a turning point. For a long time already, terrain had been teetering at the very edge, standing at the start of a diverging path. To one side, there was the abandonment of everything their ancestors had ever built, everything they had ever strived for. To the other, there was a slim hope, but it required their sweat, their tears, their blood. And even then they could very well fail. Their future would be decided by this battle, this war. Whether they could hold their heads high or be buried in the cemetery of their hopes and dreams, it would all be decided now. Today we go to battle. Hi. Today, we'll brandish our blades toward the necks of our enemies. Hi. Today we'll either shed blood or shed the blood of others. Hi. Follow me to those crimson fields. Give me the beating hearts from your chests. Lay down your lives for me. Hi. 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 The glow of White City grew to a fever pitch. Then inexplicably the entire city disappeared. Chapter 441. It's time. In Black City, preparations were underway as well. The only difference was that while City Lord White took sole leadership, Black City was headed by a father-son pair. Jirak was stunned out of his thoughts when he heard his father's voice. The two men looked practically like copies of one another. Jarek's father had the same bald-head, black armor and jagged beard his son did. The only difference was that Jarek's father was a head taller than he was. Obviously, since Jirak was already in his 30s, this wasn't a matter of youth. Rather, Jarek's father simply had a far larger stature. "Get the men ready." Jarek's father continued. "The city will be disappearing in just a few minutes." "Yes, father." Jirak nodded and went off to complete the last of his duties. Jirak was lost in his thoughts as he made his way toward the military fields. Black City wouldn't be taking action immediately, so their mental state didn't need to be in a primed state. Not that Jirak was in the headspace to give a motivational speech to begin with. He had just failed the Brave City trials miserably, and his heart was still being shadowed by a perpetual guilt. Even now he could still remember Lionel's complete disregard of him. If Lionel had ignored him, it would have been one thing. But Jirac remembered making eye contact with Lionel just one time while they were both still on the first floor. Back then, it had been as though Lionel was looking at a stranger. He glanced at him as though he was observing someone he had seen for the first time, and moved away from him just as easily. The way Lionel looked at him at that moment was something he would never forget. At least if Lionel never looked in his direction, he could make himself believe that Lionel felt some anger toward him. Somehow he felt that that would make him feel better. After all, anger was just another way of acknowledging someone's existence. But to so genuinely treat him as though they had never met before, as the son and heir to a city lordship, he never thought he would ever have to deal with emotions like this. He never thought anything could make him feel this way, let alone due to someone he had met so recently. However, deep down, Jirac knew that his emotions were less about Lionel and more about letting down himself. Jirac shook his head. It doesn't matter anymore. Back on Camelot's moon, Lionel was still in a state of shock. He hadn't expected that the zone quests had truly not been over, but he had expected even less that the reward for completing them would be accelerating Earth into the fourth dimension. Lionel's expression changed. Without waiting for anyone to react, he shot to Amaran's side and sent the strongest punch he could at the latter's chin. Amaran was completely flabbergasted by the change. He still didn't understand what was happening. All he knew was that he was bound now, and even if he wasn't, it would take him too much time to undo Lionel's restrictions. His last thought was that Lionel had tricked him, and that he was basically a dead man. His vision went black, collapsing to the ground. Lancelot's eyes widened. What a... Lancelot froze. Huh. At that moment, Lancelot suddenly felt as though shackles that had held him down for decades suddenly imploded. Strength flooded into his body at impossible rates. In the blink of an eye he was twice as powerful, then 3 times, then 4 times. Eventually, it got to be so much that even he no longer understood just how powerful he was in comparison to his former self. Lionel stumbled backward, the forcefulness of Lancelot's breakthrough being too great. The wind kicked up, and even the several meter-thick trees around them began to sway. Lionel put a forearm over his eyes, trying to peek through to see what was happening. But he soon realized that it wasn't just Lancelot. At that moment, dozens, even hundreds of knights they had brought with them were experiencing similar power boosts. Lionel looked down at Amaran's unconscious body, and suddenly felt a bit bad. The reason he had taken him down like that was because if Camelot entered the fourth dimension, the restrictions on Amaran's strength would have been completely lifted. By then, he would have been too troublesome to deal with. Lionel sent an apologetic gaze toward the other 3 hidden family members. But considering the fear in their eyes and the way they were trying to distance themselves, Lionel felt that his smile might not have been as kind as he thought. Aina smiled lightly at Lionel's embarrassed expression. But truthfully, Lionel made the right move in such a situation. The worst-case scenario was definitely a terrible situation they didn't want to be in. This makes sense though. They've been stuck at the peak of the third dimension for so long, it's only right they break through. It's likely related to their unique magic system too. Aina. Aina blinked, a slight blush coloring her cheeks. Lionel couldn't help but smile when he saw this. She was still so shy, all he did was call her name. Aina currently found it troublesome to even look at Lionel. Every time she did, she would remember what happened before. She furiously shook her head, looking away. Lionel began to ask the question he was planning to, but Lancelot's sudden burst of laughter shocked him out of his train of thought. Lancelot spread out his arms as though trying to catch the rays of the sun falling through the heavy canopies above. For the first time in months, the heavy rain of Camelot finally came to a stop, allowing the clouds to separate. As a warrior, Lancelot had spent his whole life training. He never thought there would be a day where he could finally break through the final barrier, but here that day was. He felt better than he ever had before. To an outside observer, he had simply broken through. But to him, it felt as though he had seen the light at the end of a dark tunnel. He hadn't thought that a simple shift in his mindset would bring him such benefits. Lionel, thank you. Lionel opened his mouth to respond again, but it seemed as though the universe had something against him today. But this time, the cause of the interruption was far more serious. It was serious to the point where it just might decide the life and death of Earth as a world. The sound of shattering glass reverberated throughout. Whether you were on Camelot, on the moon, or on Earth, everyone heard it. It felt as though the fabric of time and space itself was quaking, threatening to tear itself apart. Lionel looked up through the dense foliage, barely catching a glimpse of a sight he would never forget in his life. A city had appeared in the sky, and this city was falling toward them. At the top of this city's gates, a lone woman dressed in black robes accented by white soft armor stood, a massive hammer in her hand as she looked down toward the rapidly approaching Camelot. A bloodthirsty aura soon enveloped their lands. Those faint of heart felt as though there simply wasn't enough air to breathe. Terrain was invading. Chapter 442. Lionel's eyes widened. Everything suddenly clicked at once. However, there was simply no time to harp on it. "Run!" Lionel roared. The impact of such a massive object hitting the ground from such a height would be enormous. A meteor of 100 kilometers across would be enough to annihilate all life on Earth. Even though this city was only 10 kilometers across, and its velocity was much slower in comparison to a meteor, Lionel was absolutely certain that its hardness was far beyond anything a normal meteor could compare with. If this wasn't the case, how would they dare to stay within its walls as they fell from the skies? Plus, this wasn't Earth. It was a small moon. Lionel wasn't sure how his calculations would change in a true fourth-dimensional world like this one, but he didn't have the mental space to spare. Without hesitation, Lionel grasped at Anna's hand and charged out. But he soon realized that despite his speed, Anna actually had no problem keeping up with him. In fact, she was the one dragging him forward. Swiftness, second wind, breath of wings. Lionel cast as many wind speed spells as he could in quick succession. His affinity for the wind element wasn't very high, so the expenditure of his soul force was several levels more. But this wasn't a situation where he had the mind to care about such things. The knights around Lionel and Anna were a second later in reacting, but they too shot forward trusting in Lionel's judgment. With their speed, even covering a few hundred meters wouldn't be impossible by the time the city hit the ground. In this situation, every extra foot they could gain was an extra chance at living. Lionel's soul force continued to surge. He never realized it before, but it seemed that shackles on his own body were loosening greatly as well. His mind felt freer than it ever had before. Lionel let Anna pull him along, his mind entirely focused on his spell. He dug deep, a violent wind kicking up around him. Yip. Yip. "Don't worry about me, little black star. Stay in the air, and in your incorporeal state. Don't come down here. We'll be fine." The little mink skipped through the air, steps of black fog forming before it. But a clearly distressed expression was on his little face. Though the little guy couldn't understand what was happening, he had a deep enough connection with Lionel to know that something bad was coming. The more panicked the knights saw Lionel feel, the more panicked they also seemed to become. The most troublesome part about it all was that they were in a forest, constantly having to dodge around trees and branches. The terrain made them slow down by several factors more than they would have in practically any other landscape. Without time to care for anything else, they had even gone as far as to abandon the prisoners they had already captured, allowing them to run on their own. At that moment, the city falling from the skies was already within half a kilometer of the ground. Just the wind pressure of its descent was enough to give Lionel an even stronger tailwind than previously, allowing his spell formation to speed up by several levels. "Brace yourselves," Lionel roared. Lionel pulled back on Anna's hand, stunning her for a moment. All of her forward momentum stalled in that instant. But Lionel didn't give her time to say anything else. With one swift motion, he grabbed onto her slender waist and sent the large curved package on her back and the great sword in her hand into the segmented cube. Instead of continuing forward, Lionel launched himself into the air, cradling Anna's body close to his own. Lionel's body seemed enveloped by a blinding light in that moment. Those who could only catch a faint glimpse would swear that they had laid eyes on a soaring bird. He leapt from tree branch to tree branch, shooting past 100 meters into the air in what felt like the blink of an eye. The instant Lionel reached the tallest canopy, his gaze sharpened, all the strength he could muster bowing his legs and causing his thighs to explosively increase a fold in size. Ha! Lionel flooded force into his legs and launched himself toward the clouds. As though he was a bullet, he left a streak of golden light in his wake, a violent cyclone of wind shattering the tree he had used as a springboard. In the distance, the city reached within 100 meters of the ground. The wind pressure alone flattened the forest beneath it, uprooting trees and sending them flying in every direction. Shoo! Bang! The city suddenly came to a sudden grinding halt. Unlike what Lionel had expected, it never physically touched the ground. However, the damage. It was one of the most basic laws of physics. For every action, there was an equal and opposite reaction. A city falling from the skies like a meteor, weighing an impossibly great amount, suddenly coming to a stop like that wouldn't magically make everything better. The world seemed to fall silent for a moment, until the ground suddenly registered just the level of force it was about to withstand. The earth exploded, surging like a tide along with strong winds to all sides. If trees were uprooted before, now, even ancient trees that dug hundreds of meters into the ground were blasted away. The soil, the rock, the greenery, it was all uprooted, spreading out as though using the floating city as the epicenter of disaster. The tsunami of Earth seemed to gain speed the further it spread, its momentum increasing and rolling over endlessly. At this moment, Lionel had reached his apex, just barely 500 meters above the surface. Seeing what was happening below him, his jaw clenched. He wasn't sure if the others could survive, but at the moment, he didn't have time to worry about them. Even he wasn't safe just yet. Veins bulged out from Lionel's forehead, his strain reaching a new level. Float! Chapter 443. Using a spell you had no affinity with took an obscene amount of spirit pressure. Sometimes, when the Mage Academy of Camelot gained a child of rare affinity, they would have no choice but to give them a teacher who might very well not have any talent in the child's field. In such a case, the teacher would do their best to guide the child in the fundamentals. But, even in that case, the strongest spells the teacher might cast would be apprentice-level arts. However, Float wasn't an apprentice-level art. In fact, it was well known as one of the most difficult to cast Magus arts in all of Camelot. Not only was Lionel casting a 3-star Magus art he had no affinity with, but he was also using it in a situation he had no business using it in. Float was only meant to help one hover 10 meters above the ground at most. And even then, every second one spent at that height would cost a huge expenditure of spirit pressure even for a high-affinity wind mage. Yet, Lionel not only had no wind affinity, but he was over 500 meters in the sky. Wind mages would often use float, like an earth mage would use a defensive technique. It was only a method of protecting themselves in battle for a short period of time. Every extra meter they soared into the air, the exponentially more spirit pressure they would need to use. "Send me inside," Aina suddenly said. She hadn't spoken a word since Lionel pressed her against his chest like this. She didn't want to admit it to herself, but she found it to be quite comfortable. But her comfort wasn't worth Lionel's strain. The fact that Lionel had sent her box and sword in was enough to show that every extra pound was a huge strain to him. Of course, it wasn't that Lionel wouldn't rather send Aina in, but rather that sending in a living object compared to an inanimate one was a completely different concept. For the same reason Lionel had to knock Ailiard out first before stuffing him into a snow globe. He couldn't casually send Aina wherever he wanted whenever he wanted. In that split second, it was better for him to take this action than explaining his plan. Who knew what might happen? If he told Aina not to resist and that he'd be fine, who knew if she'd believe him? Just when Lionel was about to answer Aina and agree to her suggestion, veins bulging across his forehead, it hit them. Yip. Yip. Do as I said. Lionel roared in his mind. Bang. It was just the surge of wind finally reaching them. It was far weaker than what it was on the ground. Yet, it felt as though they had been smashed by a sledgehammer. Lionel wrapped his arms around Aina tightly. He could feel bits and pieces of rocks and chipped wood rebounding across his back, trying to tear his skin apart. Lionel. Aina cried out. Lionel grinned. In all his life, this was only the second time he could remember Aina calling out his name. Don't worry, I have thick skin. Lionel sent his voice to Aina's ears. If not for this, it was doubtful that she would be able to hear him at all. Aina didn't seem comforted by these words at all, but there was nothing she could do. If she tried to force her way out of Lionel's protection, it would only make everything worse. There was no time where Lionel wanted to use his shuttle more, but he knew it would be useless to do so here. The shuttle provided too little control. It was great at straight-line speed, but Lionel had just been in a forest. By the time he managed to make it above the foliage, it was already too late to guarantee making it out of the range of the shockwave. If the shuttle got hit by the shockwave, Lionel was certain it would be able to hold up against the elements alone, but he would have no control of it. According to his simulations, the likelihood of it crashing into the ground was near 100%. In that case, it was far better to rely on his own body, which he had far more control of. And, even though the surfboard form of the shuttle gave greater nimbleness, it provided no protection whatsoever. If Lionel brought it out now, it would be more likely to just get lost in all the chaos instead of helping them escape. I'll definitely modify that damn thing. Lionel roared in his heart as he tumbled through the air like loose trash. Every time it seemed that Lionel might be headed toward the ground, he would grit his teeth and activate float in full force again, slowing his descent. It was exactly this level of control he wouldn't have in the shuttle. Slowly but surely, the tsunami of earth and walls of wind began to calm. According to Lionel calculations, they had been blown over 2 kilometers away from their original location. And this was after going half a kilometer into the skies. Lionel couldn't even imagine the devastation on the ground. Seeing that it was calm enough, Lionel slowly opened his eyes. The surroundings were filled with a dense fog of dirt and soil. It was the kind of air one couldn't breathe in too deeply. Lionel summoned the shuttle and entered the surfboard mode, instantly stopping his descent to the ground. He slowly rose, trying to get to a point where his vision was clear of this mushroom cloud of earth. When he finally did, he was already over a kilometer above the surface, and what he saw left him stunned. Devastation. Absolute devastation. Where there once was an endless forest of greenery, there was nothing but overturned earth. The land had become a slosh of broken trees, sand, soil, and rock. Lionel couldn't even begin to imagine the devastation this had caused to the wildlife, and he was even more worried about what happened to Lancelot and the others. Aina looked down from her position in Lionel's arms, her heart also trembling. They both locked eyes onto the floating city in the distance. At that moment, White City finally completed its descent, perfectly fitting into the hole in the ground it had created. Seeing such a scene, Lionel shuddered. What was the most difficult part about invading another world? Wasn't it gaining a foothold? But, what if you came with your own foothold? What if you brought your own fortified city to launch your attacks from? Chapter 444. Lionel took a deep breath. At the moment, they were about 20 or so kilometers from Camelot's main city. But, between here and there were 2 baronies and several smaller settlements. Who knew how many of them were affected by this earthen tsunami? Though it benefits them to bring a city along, they definitely face complications themselves. There were many benefits to wiping out all the land around them like this, the main of which was the fact this fallen city didn't have to worry about attacks in the immediate future, while also wiping out any potential nearby settlements Camelot might have had. But this method was a double-edged sword. While White City now couldn't be easily attacked, they also couldn't easily launch any attacks either. Marching an army through this mess would be a nightmare. It made Lionel feel like this was a purposeful choice. Lionel felt that there was an over 98% chance that their current attackers were the city lords of Terrain. The information he had access to put him in a unique position where he likely knew more about their current enemies than anyone of the Empire or the Slayer Legion did. This perspective allowed him to understand that this wasn't a quick invasion plan. If Lionel put himself in the shoes of those city lords, their goal wasn't just to conquer Earth. It was to make Earth their new home. The reason for this could be summarized in a single sentence. Earth had more potential than terrain. As for why they waited until now, that was even more straightforward. There was no coincidence they waited for the exact instant Earth evolved into the fourth dimension. And unfortunately, due to Camelot's appearance, this happened long before Earth had fully settled itself. Lionel's actions had inadvertently placed Earth in a bad position. Lionel felt somewhat complicated. On the one hand, he felt that Earth was no longer truly a home to him anymore. But on the other, he felt a twisting pain in his chest watching it being invaded this way. Lionel descended from the skies, riding his jet-black surfboard back into the dense cloud of kicked-up dirt and soil. "Bear with it for a bit." Lionel spoke softly to Aina. "I want to see if I can find any of the others." Aina wanted to say something like, "You can let me go now." But sensing Lionel's downcast mood, she remained silent, resting her ear against his chest. Lionel touched down to the ground, his brows furrowing. "This will be difficult, but it's still worth a try." Repulse? A sphere of wind twirled around Lionel, and suddenly expanded violently. In the blink of an eye, it cleared the heavy atmosphere. Repulse was a 3-star mage art usually used as an area control sphere to push enemies away. So it was quite effective in its task. Lionel took a deep breath in the cleared air, closing his eyes and planting his 2 feet firmly in what ground he could find. In fact, he sunk an ankle deep into the rolling dirt and rocks. Seismic wave. A strong surge of spirit pressure shot out from Lionel. If one looked closely, it was possible to see small ripples in the loose earth beneath his feet. There were many sensory-specific spells within Camelot's magic system. They not only existed within the auxiliary types, but they also existed within the elemental types as well. Wind elemental and earth elemental spells especially had many of them for obvious reasons. Seismic wave was a 3-star magus art used for scouting with the earth element. It worked almost like echolocation, except with sensing changes in the earth rather than with sound. Several small waves were sent out that were practically imperceptible to the eye. On solid ground, there would be no visual cues at all. But in loose ground like this, it showed up similar to the way a pond would ripple after experiencing a thrown stone. Everything within several kilometers was suddenly fed back to Lionel. There were very few limitations to seismic wave. It took very little energy to send a wave out. The only real limitation was how sharp the senses of the person sending them out was. It was said that certain animals could sense the coming of an earthquake days in advance. Such small changes could be detected by mere beasts of the third dimension. So what about Lionel? Even after reaching out 10 kilometers, Lionel still didn't feel like he had reached his limit. He had even crossed the barrier of the city in the distance. But he shook his head and focused again. Instead of distance, he focused on depth. This required stronger waves and a bit more earth elemental force. But it was still within Lionel's ability even though his previous uses of float had almost burnt him out. Simply put, thanks to his 3-star constitution, Lionel's recovery of soul force was unmatched. Lionel's breath suddenly hitched, and his heart grew heavy. He had found his first dead body. His heart clenched, his hold on Aina involuntarily becoming tighter. He found another. Then another. Many of them were crushed beneath the weight of the heavy earth. Some unlucky ones were struck by heavy flying stones and trees, causing damage they couldn't live through. Some others were pierced through by errant sharp branches. Lionel continued to search, going deeper and deeper. But somewhere deep inside, he realized that the deeper he went, the less likely he was to find someone he could save. There. Lionel almost cried out. Lionel found one beating heart, then another. His breathing grew quicker. This was good, some had survived. This was definitely good. As long as he helped them climb back out, their lives should be saved. Unfortunately, Lionel was a bit too naive. One of the most important aspects of war was the element of surprise. Keeping one's enemies on their toes, catching them unawares, and gaining victories for the smallest price in exchange. These were the staples of good generals. Since Terrain's city lords had planned this matter for so long, how could they be unable to predict what would happen to the landscape around them? And how could they allow that landscape to force them to give up their advantage? The sharp call of several beasts shook Lionel out of his focused state. His head tilted up into the skies, peering through the dense cloud of dirt only to barely make out a sight that made his heart tremble. Birds. Hundreds of them. Each one with a wingspan of no less than 5 meters, while some of the largest were over 20 meters in width. On their backs, each had 2 warriors. One was outfitted with a polearm weapon while the other manned a massive crossbow machine strapped to the backs of these massive birds of prey. White City was already attacking, and their first wave would be an aerial assault. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.